All right. Good evening. Welcome, everybody. Happy Saturday. It is day 12 of Silent Hill Ascension. And this is our second weekly recap stream. So the idea for these Saturday streams, for those who weren't here last Saturday, we have a lot of fun poking fun and making fun of how bad Ascension is as an app, making fun of all the little mini games and all of those things, and how garbage kind of everything about it is. Today, we're very specifically focusing on the story. The devs have said over and over again that even if you don't want to interact with this, even if you don't like the microtransactions and the mini games and all the stuff, all the interactive elements to it, that the devs and Jacob Navoke were all like, that's fine. You can just watch it as a TV show. Just sit back and enjoy it like a Netflix TV show. And that's kind of the point of these Saturdays. We're going to go through, we're going to rewatch everything and analyze it just from a story perspective. Basically, I'm trying to be as fair as possible to Silent Hill Ascension, even though it absolutely doesn't deserve it. I'm trying to be as fair as possible to it. You know, I'm trying to show like, oh, maybe it's a good Silent Hill story and it's just wrapped up in bad minigames and monetization. Sometimes people like to make those arguments. Sometimes people, whatever. There's always going to be people who defend garbage. And that's kind of the point of this. I want to have as much information, as detailed as possible for all aspects of Ascension. So throughout the week, we kind of cover everything else that's going on with the app, with the devs, with all these broken mechanics, leaderboards, Endura systems, all that kind of stuff. Today, we're going to focus specifically on just the story and how bad the story is. So we'll be recapping everything. We are going to go back through and watch week 1. So it's going to be a long stream today. I'm not going to be pausing every few seconds as we go through week 1. We're just going to watch it again. I'll give some commentary on it while we're watching, but I'm not going to pause and go into depth. If you want to see week 1 in depth, that was last Saturday. It's archived on YouTube. It's archived here on Twitch. If you want to go and see that. For the sake of everything today, we're going to go through week 1, watch it. I'll give basically the Cliff Notes version of last Saturday's in-depth recap, and then we'll get into week 2. So everything that's happened since then, since each week essentially adds up to be one episode of this as like a TV show. So we'll go over last week. We'll go over everything from this past week, as well as today's new episode, which airs in 44 more minutes. So we're going to go through, watch the new episode. Then we're going to go through, watch week 1 without interruption and only some minor commentary. Then we're going to watch week 2, everything up to this point in depth, where I'll be pausing every few seconds, talking about the dialogue, what it means in context of everything else, my predictions, where I think the story is going to go, point out some details and things in the environment, But yeah, mostly trying to just recap the story. What's up, Acoustic? Never heard of this game. Just looking at the rock paper shotgun description makes me go yikes. Yeah, it's not really a game. It's not. It's the worst of both worlds. It's not really a game. It's not really a TV show. It was trying to be this ambitious, interactive TV show. But the TV show is bad. It's poorly animated. It's poorly acted. It's poorly written. And the quote unquote game aspect of it, you know, the gameplay. Here you go. Here's some gameplay. Here's the game. Here's the first Silent Hill game in 11 years. So there you go. We're not going to talk about that today. We're going to just focus on the shitty story, not the shitty game aspect. But if you want to know more about it, I'm archiving every single day that Ascension has happened so far. And going forward, I plan on archiving everything each day that it continues. So this premiered on Halloween 12 days ago. And it's supposed to run for the next 6 to 8 months. And we're only 12 days in, and it's still one of the worst things I've ever had to watch and experience. Honest question, should we want to know more or should we pretend this doesn't exist? So, Sinistar, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate the support. Thank you, thank you. So this is, I want to be as comprehensive and informative as possible when it comes to all things Silent Hill. That's kind of my personal goal as a Silent Hill fan and content creator. That's what I've been doing for many, many years, and it's what I continue to do. So even though I absolutely despise Silent Hill Ascension and would personally say you shouldn't care about this at all, some people out there might, and some people out there might want more information in regards to the systems and the story and the things like that, whether through genuine affection for this project or maybe just through morbid curiosity of this, you know, horrible shit stain on the series. Either way, my goal is just to provide as much information as possible on the entire project. So personally, I would say no, you do not have to care about this. You shouldn't care about this. If you haven't already downloaded the app or gone and made an account or anything like that, don't give them any more numbers. Don't give them any more views. Don't give them any more interaction. If you have been taking part in this, I would also recommend stop. Obviously, I can't tell you what to do with your time or money if you've invested money into it as well. But again, Konami doesn't listen to feedback. If you interact with this and you give your feedback and you talk about how this is broken, that's broken, even if it's very well documented, like a lot of my footage and experiences are, Konami and higher ups, people are not going to look at that stuff. They're going to look at numbers. They're going to look at sales numbers. They're going to look at how much money this made. They're going to look at how many people interacted with it on a daily basis. And that's all they're going to look at going forward with other similar projects to this. So again, if you haven't interacted with Ascension, please consider continuing to not interact with it. If you have been interacting with it and you're dissatisfied with it, I highly recommend uninstalling it and not interacting with it any further. If you still want to keep up on news, you can always follow my channel. If you want to keep up with recaps of the episodes without giving the official channels any views, there is a Reuploader. Hold on, let me get their name and link. But there is a re-uploader who's been putting everything up in 4K quality. So there it is. There's a link to it in chat. And for anybody who wants to look that up on YouTube, his name is Francisco Relaño Peña. So Francisco, thank you so much for ripping and uploading the 4K videos and putting them up on your own Reupload channel. So if you want to keep up with the episodes, I would say watch them through a Reuploader like that, rather than the app itself. That way the metrics on their end will truly reflect how few people legitimately enjoy this or want to interact with it. So that's a thing. That's kind of where we're at right now. Let's go ahead and switch over to this. Hey, we've got chat on screen. We've got 37 minutes until today's episode. And again, we're going to be kind of largely focusing on story and stuff today, but I've also been doing some research while compiling notes for the in-depth stream today. A lot of things that I've been pointing out, like the Molotov, when Toby goes and throws the Molotov. It's a really bad looking animation, and thanks to those re-uploads on Francisco's channel, I can go through frame by frame and look at why those animations are specifically so bad. The Molotov, like leaving Toby's hand, like it's two separate animations and they're not synced. So you see Toby's hand go forward first, and then you see the Molotov like lag behind it. So there are frames I can actually show you. There are frames of animation where like the Molotov is behind Toby's hand. There you go. There's an image just to sort of show what I'm talking about. So this is a still shot, a frame, specific set of frames of the animation when Toby came into the church and was throwing the Molotov. And again, you can see the animation for his arm and hand going forward is faster. It's not synced up than the animation of the Molotov moving with it. So you get this weird effect where the Molotov is behind his hand. But yeah, this is something that I've been talking about while we watch these episodes, and a lot of times people don't catch it. If you're not used to seeing these kind of mistakes in animations and having them sort of stand out to you, and some of them, I mean, it's a few frames of animation. You might be thinking, that's not that big a deal. Didn't even notice it. But it's the type of stuff that I notice. It's the type of stuff that I'm sure a lot of people notice. And I figured I would take some screenshots and try and point these things out more and more as they happen, just to kind of show like how cheap and poor quality these animations tend to be. What were they thinking? They were thinking they could cash in and make some money by slapping Silent Hill on something and releasing it to a desperate fan base that's been waiting 11 years for something new. That's what they were thinking. Make it as cheap and quick as possible with the lowest amount of effort. and then put in microtransactions to try and get the highest amount of return as quickly as possible. Pretty typical business model for a lot of mobile scams. But yeah, that's what they were thinking. That's exactly what they were thinking. AKA the Disney model. It's not just Disney. It's a lot of things. It's a lot of things. Hey, Trina. Konami did put a lot of their money and effort in the last 10 years into mobile platforms. Yes, the current CEO of Konami, when he took that position, he very publicly, stated in interviews and things that the business direction that he had going forward with Konami was to move away from AAA games and to focus on things that are low investment, high return opportunities. So mobile games with microtransactions, gambling games, Pachi slots, slot machines, those kind of things. That's specifically the direction that the current CEO of Konami wants for the company. We also know the direction for Silent Hill as a franchise, thanks to overall producer Motoi Okamoto, who has said in multiple interviews and things now that their ideas and direction for the series of Silent Hill is to move away from the town of Silent Hill and instead focus on trauma-driven storytelling all over the world, which is why we're getting Silent Hill Ascension, which is set in Norway and Pennsylvania. That's why we're getting Silent Hill F, which is set in Japan. That's why we're getting, all of these different things that are taking place away from the town of Silent Hill. That's the intentional direction of the series based on the producer who's in charge of it all. Because he's not just in charge of this one project as a producer. Motoi Okamoto is in charge of Silent Hill as a brand overall and what happens with it. And his idea is Resident Evil is big and all over the world, so why isn't Silent Hill? Without seeming to understand that Silent Hill is the name of the town. It's the town of the location. It's the name of the location. It's the name of the town. It's the setting for the series. Even the worst games before this, I've got a lot of criticism about Downpour. I've got a lot of criticism about Origins and Homecoming. But you know what? Those games have Silent Hill in them. Like, you go to the town. It's mostly set there. Homecoming, it's in Shepherd's Glen, but then halfway through, you go to Silent Hill. Downpour, it's not recognizable as Silent Hill in any of the other games, but it's called Silent Hill. It at least takes place there. So now, the direction of the series is to just move away from that. They're moving away from Silent Hill. And I mean, yeah, obviously. In all sense of the word. Games in this franchise going forward are not going to be set in the town of Silent Hill. They're not going to feel like Silent Hill. They're not going to look like Silent Hill.
What was that? Who in the hell was
that? So it's basically just, it is not Silent Hill anymore. It should have just been a new franchise. Everything from this, there's zero ties to Silent Hill so far. All of this could have just been called Ascension. A horror story, It could have just been its own thing. And if you looked at this as its own thing, small indie studio trying to do something there, something new, drop all the Silent Hill, branding and everything. Yeah, it still wouldn't be great. It would still be subpar, but it also wouldn't be living up to the legacy of Silent Hill. It wouldn't be in comparison to these other games and things that existed long before this. And it may have been received better. People might have been willing to give this more of a chance. But when you're predominantly marketing this to Silent Hill fans and being, look, the new Silent Hill thing is here. And then it's not set in Silent Hill. It doesn't feel like Silent Hill. It doesn't look like Silent Hill. It's not what people wanted. It doesn't matter what you try and call it. People can look at it and say, that's not what I asked for. If you went into a restaurant and you say, I would love a good steak, and they bring you a fish taco, you'd be like, this is not what I asked for. It doesn't matter what you call it. It doesn't matter. You can tell me all day that that's a steak, but I'm looking at it. I can smell it. I can taste it. It's clearly not. So that's the way Ascension is. They can tell you it's Silent Hill all day, but we can smell it. We can see it. We can taste it. We know it's not. Single player story driven horror story. It's clear fans want an MMO with microtransactions. Yeah. I could almost forgive this if the story was good. If there was at least a well-written story. I could look past a lot of stuff. If this was at least an engaging or even remotely interesting story. But it's not. And that's kind of the focus of today. That's going to be the focus of Saturdays, is just the story. We're just talking about the story. Because it can be easy to get wrapped up in all of the disaster of Ascension just as an app and how bad it is without even really understanding anything about the story. So, and spoilers, there's not much. For most people who are like, I've watched it and I still don't understand anything. Yeah. That's basically where we're at. That's kind of the feeling that you get with this. I've had to see everything that exists right now, other than the episode that's about to air in 25 minutes. I've watched every single bit of animation in this a minimum of 3 times. Many scenes, many parts of this I've watched more than that. And a big part of that, like, I've been doing research and in-depth playthroughs and stuff for Silent Hill games for a long time, and for something like Silent Hill Downpour, I only really need to play it like once and write some notes down as I go through it, and I understand most of what's going on in that game. Like, I understand how to critique it as writing, and understand how to do my typical in-depth story playthrough of it, and then I just add more information as I learn it over the course of multiple playthroughs. To even understand the most basic plot elements of Silent Hill Ascension, such as, who is this character? Simple questions like that. I have to watch everything 3 or more times for it to even stick in my brain enough to take notes on it. Because it's so boring and so dry. It's so poorly voice acted that my brain blocks it out while I'm trying to watch it. I find myself just zoning out, not paying attention to it, because it's one of the least engaging story narratives I've ever experienced. I don't just mean from games and stuff. I mean games, movies, TV shows, books. This is some of the worst writing and worst storytelling I think I've ever experienced. and it just doesn't stick. It refuses to stick in my head unless I watch everything over and over and over and take notes. So, yeah. You admitted to Book of Memories being more engaging. I've said that flat out since day one. Book of Memories is far and above a better experience than Silent Hill Ascension. It's not good. It's like, that is still terrible. This existing does not make Book of Memories better, but this existing shows that it can get worse. And I think it's important to keep that sort of perspective in mind too, going forward, because I've already seen a lot of fans who are like, oh, everybody complains about Book of Memories, but Ascension exists. Book of Memories doesn't seem so bad. You know, Downpour doesn't seem so bad. Homecoming doesn't seem so bad. Look at Ascension. Your scale, you know, your personal standards for something shouldn't change just because something worse exists next to it. Like, Book of Memories doesn't suddenly become better. Downpour doesn't suddenly become better. Homecoming doesn't suddenly become better because this exists and proves that, yeah, it could be worse. But I've always thought that's a very strange mentality for a lot of fans to have, where the lesser of two, you know, terrible things, people praise it just for not being the most terrible thing. And it's like, no, that's not how it works. Things can still be bad just because something worse exists. I think, sorry, I feel like I came in at a horrible time, and I'm sorry for the stupid question, but this is like chapters or like episodes, I guess. So this is daily. Every single day, you get a new thing to watch. So like, here is what you would get for one day, and it'll be like, you know, 3 minutes. So you get like 3 to 5 minutes daily of some really poorly acted, really poorly animated video game cutscenes. And then at the end of every week, all of those little 3 to 5 minute bits and pieces are compiled together into one episode. So this is the first episode, first chapter or whatever. 51 minutes long. So that's everything compiled for the first, you know, week. And that included some extra length to some of those episodes, because on Halloween, when it aired, they showed much longer bits of story to start everybody off with, compared to how much they show every day since then. So this week so far, we're 37 minutes into the overall episode. Hey Nub, can I ask you a noob question about Silent Hill 2? Not today. Today, my brain is unfortunately going to be overflowing with garbage while I try to stay on topic for Silent Hill Ascension. But I have a Discord. Feel free to join the Discord. It's completely free. And in that Discord, I have a Silent Hill questions channel. So if you want to ask any general Silent Hill questions related to the series from a Silent Hill know-it-all expert like myself, feel free to put them there. And I do go through and check the Discord every day and answer questions. So, but today's Ascension. Today there's too much I've got to think about. We're not going to get off topic and start bringing up Silent Hill 2 facts that I've probably covered in one of my hundreds of Silent Hill 2 in-depth story playthroughs over the years. $18 more minutes. 18 more minutes. Let's spend some points. Let's open up some loot boxes. See, even with all the rally systems and shit that they were talking about, like, oh, this will help even out decisions in the community. Look at that. Everyone wants Carl to train Eva how to shoot instead of taking the gun away. We still barely know who Carl is. We don't know who Eva is at all. The most information we got about the character of Eva, we got from a tweet from the Silent Hill Ascension account rather than any dialogue or anything in the story itself. And I've got a bit of a theory on why that is. We'll talk about it in today's in-depth recap a little later on. Boom. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. Or let's see everything break. I'm about to get those points refunded. Yep, there they are. It still doesn't fucking work. There we go. Rewards is broken as fuck. Spending points is broken as fuck. Like, everything about this is broken as fuck. Nothing works the way it should. Like, it's all a big scam at the end of the day, but on top of that, it's just nothing functions. But hey, we got some uncommon avatar hair. Check out my red quiff. Let's get some cameo tickets. I've only got 2 so far, but let's get another 4. I've got extra points from the bonus points they gave me for the boss fight yesterday being broken and not giving anybody any points. So they just gave everybody points, even though I literally didn't interact with the boss fight whatsoever. I ignored the QTEs intentionally, but fuck it, points for everyone. They don't matter. Just like scam points here on Twitch. Most important thing ever. Influencing canon. What is it? I still don't have an answer to that question, but it's a legendary emoji. Look at this happy crawler. Wow. Here you go. Here you go, chat. Ascension chat. Enjoy some happy crawlers. Is that the human-faced bug? I don't even know. Maybe. Maybe. It's one of those things I've also seen going around, like the subreddit and different communities and stuff, where for all the complaints and everything with Ascension, there's been some people who are like, yeah, the monster design's okay. At least it's got good monsters. And that's always a matter of opinion. You know, we can always agree to disagree there, because personally most of the monsters for this look like shit, and at best are just clear derivatives of previously existing recognizable Silent Hill creatures. So we've already seen the knockoff lying figure. We've already seen the knockoff homecoming bugs, which are knockoff movie Silent Hill the movie bugs. We've seen knockoff Siam from Homecoming with the boss fight yesterday. We've seen knockoff Insane Cancer, you know, big fat thing with swollen limbs from Silent Hill 3. Everything just looks bad and looks like a cheap imitation of something existing. There's not as much creativity. The reason why those creature designs stood out so much in games like Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill 3, the reason why those creatures stood out was because there wasn't really other stuff like that. You could play other horror games, you could look at other monsters from that time period, and there's zombies and there's ghosts and there's like stuff that's recognizable. You're not going to find anything else that looks like a closer from Silent Hill 3 around that time period. You know, you're not going to find anything else that looks like those creatures because they were creative. They were something new. They were horrifying in that they somewhat resembled human features in the most vague sense of the word, but were still, you know, these horrible creatures. There was a lot more idea and creativity, I think, put into those creature designs from people like Masahiro Ito, whereas the series went on, it became less and less about creating these new horror creatures that are unlike anything you've ever really seen before, and instead just trying to copy what was successful. So you look at Silent Hill as a series and you look at what was successful, and everybody loves Silent Hill 2, so Pyramid Head, big guy, geometric shaped head, large weapon. So that's why you wind up with butchers in Silent Hill Origins, Boogeyman in Silent Hill Homecoming and Downpour, and big flame monkey thing. It had a dumb name. The Emulsifier? The Enflamer? It was something like that. The Immolator. Thank you, Reaver. Even the creature names, like none of this information stays in my brain. But yeah, the boss fight from yesterday, you know, this type of stuff where it's like, yeah, we're just copying design philosophy from better and more recognizable creatures. Not even necessarily Silent Hill creatures. Yeah, as people point out, it's very similar to the Keeper in The Evil Within, which when I played The Evil Within, I made fun of that creature design for being too close in design philosophy to things like Pyramid Head, because that game obviously took a lot of influence from classic Silent Hill games as well. So I don't know. At this point, it's just kind of like become a cycle, right? You have these iconic monster designs from psychological horror series Silent Hill, and without people kind of taking into consideration the context of the story, why those creatures were designed by Masahiro Ito to look that way for those specific stories, and instead it's become just sort of like the cheap imitation, you know, this looked cool, so I'm going to copy it without any sort of context as to, you know, how and why it is the way that it is. So you wind up with these sort of meaningless derivative copies. And that's what a lot of the monsters in this feel like. They're just, someone looked at some Silent Hill monsters and thought, hey, this looks neat. I'm going to do my own version of it, which is, you know, basically exactly the same thing, but with barbed wire. I'm going to do my own thing with this insane cancer, but his one arm is going to be a little extra swollen. You know, it's like the bare minimum take the design, add a little bit to it so that you can call it legally distinct, and yeah, that's all it is. That's all it is. But again, we're splitting hairs. We're just talking opinions. I'm sharing my opinion on it. Some people like the creature designs, and that's fine. That's fine. Not everybody wants what I want, you know? Not everybody wants the design philosophy that went behind those first creatures. They just want recognizable creatures. So there are probably fans who still get excited that they see Monster Dogs and go, oh, it's Monster Dog. That reminds me of Monster Dog from other things, other Silent Hill games. So I like that. But for me, it's like, really? Monster Dogs again? After how many times? How many entries? So I don't know. I mean, at this point, knockoff monster designs are the closest tie between Ascension and anything Silent Hill related at all. We've had no mention of the town itself. We've had no mention of the Order or the original cult. Well, actually, no, I take that back. We have had not a dialogue, not a direct mention, but in the loading screen for the Foundation Church, they've got on their wall the painting of Alessa holding herself as a baby from Silent Hill 3. There's a very famous piece of artwork there in Silent Hill 3 that you find in the Order's church that depicts Alessa, Saint Alessa, in her white robe from the ending of Silent Hill 1, holding the baby that she reincarnated herself into at the end of Silent Hill 1 that Harry raised as Cheryl. So that painting exists in the church. They also got the symbol of the Order. So that symbol specifically is called the Halo of the Sun. And it's a little bit interesting because in the loading screen that shows the church, we see the Halo of the Sun and we see the painting of Alessa. In the actual in-game, like during the episodes where we see the inside of that room of the church, those symbols are different. It's not a straight up Halo of the Sun. Instead of 3 inner circles, there's 4 inner circles. There's some extra lines. The runes are different. So it's like, again, they're taking an existing thing and like slightly changing it. But we don't know for sure if the loading screen is just placeholder assets using the painting of Alessa and the Halo of the Sun, or, you know, is that just stuff that didn't change and they were supposed to switch it out for their own unique assets and forgot to? I don't know. We're just speculating on things. Go back through and throw some allegedlys in there. I'll be sure to edit allegedly after every single sentence there, just in case Genvid's lawyers are watching. But yeah, everything so far just seems like it's completely unrelated to Silent Hill, or at best, it's such a loose connection that it might as well not be there at all. Slap Silent Hill onto anything and use monsters from the other Silent Hill games, and they will make money. Unfortunately, yeah. Unfortunately, yeah. It's especially so much of that. What I hate about that is that a lot of that has to do with how long fans have been waiting for something in the series. Because if there was a new Silent Hill game like every year or two, if this was as active of a franchise as something like Resident Evil, where you're constantly getting something new, you know, you're getting Resident Evil 2 remake, Resident Evil 3 remake. In between that, you're getting, you know, Reverse and whatever, like their little spin-off projects. If you got as many Silent Hill things as Resident Evil does, the fan base wouldn't be so desperate for something new, where anything that you slap the Silent Hill name on, people will buy. I don't think that would be the case. But because Silent Hill has become sort of this like notorious franchise, you know, where there's a lot of passionate fans around it, but the last real entry that we got was from 2012. So not only are those people desperate and sitting around and waiting for something new, but anybody new who comes into the fandom will very quickly realize, like, it's almost impossible to get the majority of the games. They're not re-released digitally. You can't go on Steam and get the whole Silent Hill franchise. You know, you can get Homecoming, and it's the worst PC port ever. You can go on Good Old Games and get Silent Hill 4, and it's okay. It needs some mods to really flesh it out to be PS2 equivalent, but it's mostly okay. And that's about it. Yeah, it's missing hauntings, so you need mods. That's why I mentioned that, Z2. But that's it. You can't go get Silent Hill 1. You can't go get Silent Hill 3, you know, not without pirating them. You've got to go to like abandonware websites or whatever. You've got to go out of your way. So new people coming into the franchise don't have access to the majority of the old games, don't want to go through the trouble of that. So they're going to look at the first official thing that they can look at, something like Silent Hill Ascension, and be like, yeah, fuck it. I'm trying to get into the series. All the old stuff's inaccessible. This has just come out and it's free. So you rope in all these new people through that kind of mentality just by the series not being available, you know? And just by it being such a long gap of time since our last full entry into the series. So it's a shame. It's a shame. But that's how it is. That's why Silent Hill as a brand can just be slapped onto things and it'll sell, because so much of the fan base is just desperate, new and old fans alike. And Konami knows that. This is proof positive that they're banking on that. All right. Let's cut the music. Let me turn up the volume. It's time for today's episode. And then I'm going to take a really quick break after today's episode, and we're going to launch into recapping everything up to this point. Decide now. I'm ready to close the UI. Oh, Hasna, Malcor, everyone who's a cameo, enjoy your cameos.
Finally writing that novel?
Yeah, look at the cameo characters.
Something like that.
What the hell is this?
My testimony. Some reporter's gonna hear my story and finally blow the lid right the fuck off about the Foundation.
Nobody wants your crazy napkin story, Sorelli.
FBI was interested.
Yeah, there's a reporter.
Next one's on me. We need to talk.
There's a reporter named
About
Joseph
what? How your wife's
Screeber
cult killed my sister?
who tried to
Or
do
that
that
crazy
before.
shit they conjured?
I know you're in pain, man. But going after the Foundation isn't gonna bring your sister back. If you keep this up, more people are gonna get hurt. Innocent people.
Okay, community chose
You
for
think I
Eric to
care if
reason with
anyone in
Toby.
the Foundation gets hurt?
You want my little girl caught up in all this, Toby?
You want to throw a Molotov cocktail at my
for
daughter?
a minute there, you had me going, Hernandez. But words are coming out of your mouth, and all I hear is Rachel.
They're the words of someone who wants to protect his friend.
If we were friends, you would have left the Foundation as soon as you found out they killed my sister!
Come on, man. You know it's more complicated than that.
Is it? Or is that what your bitch of a wife tells you while she's got your balls in a vice?
All this coming from the friend who played off my sympathy and begged me to betray my wife?
Wake the fuck up, man! The Foundation's crazy shit is out now. I'm gonna make sure of it. And when things finally go down, I don't want you caught up in it.
Yeah, thanks for the concern.
Yeah,
I mean it, Eric.
this
You gotta
editing.
wake up, man. They're gonna get you and your kid killed. If you can't see that, I'll make you understand.
This is the third time in 12 days that we've seen those two characters interact.
You want me to do what?
I want you to recruit Toby.
There's
Into the
so
Foundation?
little
That's right.
You want him here
to
after
emphasize
everything he
this
did?
relationship,
What I
this
want is
argument.
for you to have faith in me.
Oh yeah,
What
just
could I
recruit
even say
Toby.
to convince him?
He's seen the Withering too. Convince him the Foundation can offer him protection.
Easy.
He thinks we're the cause.
Then use his paranoia to your advantage.
You killed his fucking
Feed it.
sister.
Show him we can wield more than just words.
Wouldn't that just drive him away?
He thinks you've wronged him. Maybe if you showed remorse for Joy's death, he'd be more amenable.
I don't know, Xavier. This doesn't feel right.
Yeah, just feel bad about it.
I'm not asking. I'm telling you.
Okay, sure.
Good. Don't mention this to Barbara. For now, at least.
Barbara is the one of the cult elders. Another old tube television. This is set in 2025, by the way. But everybody has these TVs from 1985.
Men fan. What now?
Wow. That was a rough looking animation.
Eva, stop this!
Ava's trying to learn to shoot by herself.
If you won't do it, I'll teach myself.
Eva, stop!
You don't know what it's like to be scared all of the time.
I do know. More than you think.
We still don't know who Ava is. We're watching this.
I'll
The
teach
community
you.
chose to train her
Now,
instead of taking the
take a
gun
deep
away.
breath.
I threw away 3,000 scam points
Now exhale.
for that choice that didn't work. Sorry, influence points. Influence
Now
points.
go on and squeeze the trigger.
I keep mixing it up with my own scam points.
Good. Good. The key is to aim for vital organs, like the head or the heart. One shot, one kill. But that will take some practice.
One shot,
Can I
one
go
kill.
again?
It's getting late. You should head home. Oh, and don't tell your mother.
Thank you.
Fan i helvete.
Americans teach center of mass. That's true. It's true, Fluffy.
Fan ta det!
Please,
I don't know.
shoot.
I don't know Norwegian.
Mette?
Oh, Meta.
I'm sorry about the window. I thought you still had a spare key by there. Could you...
Oh.
We've heard about this character
I
since
come
day
in?
one.
Oh, yes. Of course. I'm sorry. I'm a bit out of sorts.
Tell me everything.
She looks just like Ingrid. New wife just dropped. We're literally doing Silent Hill 2 with Mary and Maria. She looks just like Ingrid. She's the woman that Ingrid, his wife who died in the first episode, that Ingrid was suspecting him of having an affair with her. Oh, Ledier is going to be a cameo. It's time to endure. Time to endure, everybody. Here we go. Look at this loading screen. Wow, that's a new one. The cluttered basement. And it's a repeat.
What?
12 days in, we're still seeing just repeat scenes. Do we get to fight a boss tonight? Probably not. 5 minutes, 40 seconds of story. I timed it. Thank you, Stasio. Yeah, there you go. That's all the story for today. But don't worry, we're going to recap literally everything since day one today. So I got you covered on the story. We're going to go all the way from day one up until today. Up until what we just saw and explain it in detail. As much detail as I can anyway, because they don't give you much. All right, I got to go use the bathroom. So I'm just going to let this stuff fail. Let me know if I miss anything new. I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. Didn't miss anything, it looks like. We are repeating the insane cancer scene now. So I'm guessing everyone saw the bug scene before this. The exact same way it's been for the last like 10 days. Just more repeats. Her hand clipped through the door. Oh yeah, these animations look really bad. They look especially bad. Even more than the animations during the episodes. This hits her. Look at that. You actually see, again, like the sliding forward of the bed is faster than it's not synced with her model, like going through that doorway. So at the last possible frame of it, you actually see it hit her, like collide with her model. It's over. Your name flashed on the bottom? Did it, Meep? Wow, I got 800 points. I think I did like 2 QTEs and then took a piss. Easy 800 points. Her feet at the end were wonky. Yeah, feet seem to be a problem with this animation team. Some of the worst animations I've seen so far have been people or creatures while walking or moving. Easy money. All right, let's refresh. There should be new daily goals and updated arcane library. We still have tiles and guitar. We still have old goals. Refreshes in 3 minutes. Why? Doesn't it usually refresh like right after? Okay, whatever. Wow, that was shit. Yep. That was the 12th day of shit in a row. At least it was faster today. So that was based on community feedback. Community complained that the endure sections were way too long. So they mentioned during the dev stream on, I think that was Wednesday, that they shortened them. They showed the doll in the preview. Oh yeah. Look at that. We're still making the decision of what doll you're supposed to get, or Orson is supposed to get. Yeah, what kind of doll will Astrid get for Orson? A hunter doll, a grandma doll, or a scientist doll? This is a decision that ends in 23 hours. Supposedly, you can still go and influence the story. But they show a preview of the doll here. So wait, is this an actual game or is it like The Quarry and Until Dawn? Neither. This is like watching someone on the opposite end of a room playing Until Dawn, and the room is full of people, right? And the person who's playing Until Dawn on the other side of the room from you turns around and says, "What should I do next?" And then everyone starts yelling at the same time, and you're trying to yell what you think they should do next, and everyone ignores you, and the guy playing Until Dawn just does what he wants to do anyway. That's Ascension. You're not sitting and playing Until Dawn. You're not holding a controller in your hands, moving a character around, influencing the story around you. You're watching a bad TV show, and every once in a while, they make it seem like you have valid input on how the story turns out, but you don't really. Not really. But this is not a game. You sit and you watch episodes. It's like watching a TV show. You just sit and you watch. And then if you want gameplay, here's the gameplay. Here's the gameplay. So those characters in the story, they have hope. They have a hope meter. And you can influence, supposedly, what will happen to those characters in the story based on if they have high or low hope. So here's Toby. Let's go in and affect Toby's hope. His hope's kind of low. We need to bump his hope up. So here's the gameplay. Here's the interactive part of this. I'm influencing the story. I'm raising Toby's hope. Yeah. There you go. There's your gameplay. So you tell me, is this a game? Does this look like Until Dawn to you? Sorry, let me go through my catch-up.
Finally ready.
Let me go through my catch-up videos. Collect my free points. Okay, so this is updated. We've got 43 minutes. We've got 51 minutes. Until Dawn was better because Until Dawn was a fucking game. It was a game that had more than 10 minutes of thought put into its story. Like, it's not a comparison. People keep trying to compare this to Until Dawn and Dark Picture Show or whatever it's called. It's not. It's not those. Not even remotely that. It's a 3D animated TV show with the worst mobile games ever imagined attached to it, stapled onto the side of it. And we're going to talk about all of it. We're going to talk about all of the story today. So today is Saturday. The whole point of Saturdays is to recap everything in the story of Ascension. We know the games are bad. We know the app is bad. We know it's predatory. We know the whole thing's a dumpster fire. But we're going to go into the dumpster and dig around in the garbage and look for the story. That's the point of Saturday. We're ignoring the fire. We're just going to focus on the garbage. So, first, let's recap week 1. If you want a much more in-depth recap of week 1, I did that last Saturday. You can watch it on my YouTube channel. We've got a link to that here in chat for you. And the VOD is also archived here on Twitch if you prefer to watch VODs that way. Either way does not matter to me. But yeah, last Saturday we covered week 1. This Saturday, today, we're going to cover week 1 very briefly and then more so focus on week 2. Here we go. We finally know who this character is. So this is Zane, the man in the fog. In the credits, he's also referred to as Voyager. And he's recreating...
Will it hurt?
He's recreating the scene of
Yes.
Joy's death.
But this is how we become free, Joy. Truly free.
Yes, Zane as in
From
Orson's
all the
friend.
ugliness
The
inside
man in the
us.
fog. That's him.
That's why you came to us. To me.
So here we have Rachel and Joy. Rachel
I'm ready,
Hernandez
Rachel.
is a
Now
member
say the words.
of
I'll
the
do it with
Foundation, which is this game's
I
cult,
am delighted. My words are woe.
show, whatever.
My deeds are rot. But I am not lost.
And Joy Sorelli.
Hallowed blade, I draw out my affliction. And I am
Joy
made
Sorelli, who
pure.
is the sister of
I know
Toby.
it hurts, but you're doing really well, Joy.
Something happened with her and Toby that we don't
Now I
know
need your
exactly
other
what
arm,
yet, but it
the
drove
wrist.
them apart. It drove Toby to drink,
What?
and it drove
You didn't
Joy to
respond to our other
drugs.
therapies. This is the only way.
So in an attempt
Rachel,
to get clean
I
from
appreciate
drugs,
everything the Foundation,
Joy
what you've done
joined
for
a
me,
cult.
But I can't. You have to stay and finish the oath.
So that's the
I know
purpose
you're
of this
scared,
ritual.
but- Rachel, let go of me. You
She's
can't keep
lived a
running
life
from
of
this.
sin,
The blight has to be cut out or it
Rachel,
spreads.
and the Foundation calls that
This isn't
blight.
just about you.
So
You
she's
have
trying to perform
finish
a
the
ritual
oath.
The hell away from me!
to bleed out the sin, the blight.
Rachel,
But Joy gets scared and ends the ritual prematurely,
what did you do,
and monsters just show up.
I didn't...
We still don't know exactly why.
What did you do? Please, make it stop. I'll do anything.
Great Purifier, grant us your protection and hold us in your loving embrace.
Please, make it stop. Make it stop.
Joy, you need to listen to me.
Joy, finish the oath. Now! Free of fear, free of sorrow, free of...
And Joy's dead. Meanwhile, in Stildal in Norway, Rachel, thank you so much for gifting subs to Devin and Tango Bunny. Thank you, thank you. More old tube TVs. Again, this is set in 2025. And everybody has an old tube TV from the 80s or 90s.
No luck today, little one. I think wolves scared away all the rabbits.
So this is Carl Johansson, his grandson Orson.
They're too loud!
That's his wife
You should go play in
Ingrid.
the yard. You don't need to hear all this.
This is his daughter
Come on,
Astrid.
Orson. Time to go.
You're not staying for dinner?
She can say what she likes about me, but she needs to leave my son out of it.
So Astrid, you can tell,
gets
even
cranky
this
this time
family
of day.
doesn't
She
care
just needs
for
some medicine.
Ingrid.
You're always defending her.
Carl sort of defends her,
I'm
but
all
only
she has.
because he's scared of her.
She's sick.
Astrid
and
hates
scared.
her. She's always
all.
complaining about her
You'll
son.
have to start standing up to her sometime, Papa. You can't keep...
Are you back? Get up here, now!
Well, go on. She's waiting.
And we basically just do Silent Hill 2, but shitty. Silent Hill 2, but shitty.
Carl!
She's practically wearing the same fucking pajamas as Mary.
Wrong.
Nothing's wrong. You're just having another bad night.
I can't
Lie
breathe.
back. I'll bring you water.
And there's a syringe there implying that Carl has been giving her
Who's
injections, which we learn
Mette? That
are
fitter.
morphine injections.
It's not Mette. It's Astrid.
We still don't know how he got the
Lies.
morphine.
I see everything.
We still don't know why.
We're both waiting for this sickness to take me.
Hi, Astrid.
I'm sorry I upset Mama. Can you put her on the phone?
She's
The
quite tired.
heavy implication is that Carl killed
I've got it
Ingrid.
handled.
Handled. You've never had anything handled.
But who knows where
I
they're
did
going to go with
everything
it.
for this family. I worked, I cooked and cleaned, and what did I get for it? Drit. Ungrateful children, a useless husband, and this.
Fix the
that-
animations. Looks like it's being animated by AI. That's
I'll
a
be
common.
calm,
That's a
and
common
you'll do
thing.
what you always done.
There is like a full
You will
list of
lie to our
credits.
daughters. Tell them it wasn't
Real
your
people
fault.
are credited as
But they'll
animating
see through
this.
you. They'll see their father
Real
for
people
what
are
he is. A useless,
credited as
filthy
voice
little
acting
coward.
for this and doing mocap.
You'll tell them you loved me. Maybe
And it's
they'll
still so
believe
bad
you,
that
but then
there's still a
they'll
lot of
find
people who
out.
believe it's
They'll learn
AI.
It was all a lie. You loved
That's
her.
how bad it is.
Always her. But she'll never love you back. No. Who would ever love a yavel such as you? Only me. And look at what I get. This is your fault, Carl. It's your fault.
So when the phone rang and Carl answered it and said that it was Astrid,
Wolves again.
Ingrid said, "Is that Meta?"
I'll need to take care of it.
Yes.
Implying that Carl
Go
is
handle
having
it.
an affair
Go
with
and
this woman
hide,
Meta.
You coward. Go.
And that they're just both waiting for her to die. It's what she accuses him of. At this point, I think Carl's having a delusion. I think he's upstairs killing her and imagining all of this, but they'll probably change it. It's probably stuff that's meant to be altered for the multiple branching pathways. Would any casual user remember Mete from that scene? I don't know. Would a casual observer remember a character whose name is said twice in 12 days? And now he's just in Silent Hill. This still has not been explained. People just have visions and wind up. Didn't he have a gun? He did. It vanished. He did have a gun. It just magically vanished from scene to scene.
Ingrid?
Which is why I think none of that happened. He never actually went and got the gun to shoot at the wolves. He's wakes up and he's right here.
Oh my god.
He was up in the bedroom the whole time. I'm pretty sure he just killed Ingrid.
Oh my god. I tried.
We're gonna see some more magic guns later
sorry.
when we get to Ava, another character. Yep, Big Mama. Hope's Junction. So you might have noticed that the story does not take place in Silent Hill. It takes place in Hope's Junction, Pennsylvania, and
Rachel!
Stildalen, Norway.
Make it stop, Rachel, please!
Rachel. Oh, easy. You're okay. You're safe.
Is she... Where's Joy?
Oh, we didn't get the name for Motoi Okamoto's
The coroner believes it was an aneurysm.
cameo there.
Natural causes. Rachel? What did you see?
It was... I don't know how to describe it. It wasn't human. Ropes, or more like vines.
Stildalen means Silent Hill, according to
Radcliffe,
Tacitul's
chapter
Silent
7.
Valley.
The purifier came cloaked in roots and vines. This is a good thing. A blessing. Joy was blighted, and the purifier chose you to protect us before it could spread.
Or she's cursed.
Krista!
How can we trust what she says?
So now we're just
You know her
seeing
story.
Krista
Everything she
and
touches
Xavier,
turns
these
to
other
shit.
members of the cult,
Maybe she didn't even see the purifier.
trying to
Maybe it
interpret
was the-
what Rachel claims that she saw. Xavier thinks it's a blessing. He thinks that she saw
Rachel will testify before
the purifier, one of their deities.
The elders?
Krista thinks that she saw a horrible monster
Xavier, what is
and
there
that she's
even to
cursed.
discuss? Joy is dead, and she's responsible.
Krista, enough!
Yeah, Krista has just had this attitude the whole time. We've never gotten any sort of idea as to why she's like that towards Rachel.
Lies breed blight. Joy was blighted.
She's just
lose
the
you too.
character to be at
But what
odds
if
with
I'm not
Rachel.
blessed or cursed or...
It's all so
What if this was all
forced.
just an
It's all
accident?
so
You
forced
witnessed a miracle tonight.
and just badly
How could
written.
that be an accident? Now go home. Spend time with your family. Meditate on the teachings. I'm sure the right words will come to you.
Here we are at the King Wash Coin Laundry, the laundromat that's owned by Rachel and her husband Eric. Her husband Eric is a member of the cult as well, but they keep referring to him as an initiate, like he's only just joined.
You missed the mess.
We
There was
don't
a
know how
leak in
long
one of
they've
the
been married
machines.
yet. We don't know anything yet.
Rach? Is something wrong?
It's Joy.
I'm sharing as much information as I can.
She's gone.
What?
She's gone. And I couldn't do anything about it.
Ah, Rach. I'm so sorry.
I was helping her. It was working.
Yeah, I know. How did it happen?
You know I can't tell you that. You only just joined the Foundation.
So there you go.
Well, has anyone told Toby yet?
So Toby
Rach,
is
Joy was his
Joy's sister.
The only
Or
family
Joy
he had
was
left.
Toby's sister, excuse me. And Eric
I don't
and
need him
Toby
making
apparently
things worse for
used to be friends.
For us.
Rachel, what the hell happened tonight?
I'll write a note, and you'll take it to him.
But again, we don't have any sort of
What are you gonna say?
backstory or interaction
I don't know. A
to really
Foundation prayer?
like
It might bring him some
emphasize that plot point.
Toby
They just
hates
act
the
like they hate
Foundation.
each other.
comfort. But Joy didn't.
They
We were
literally get
helping
into
her,
a fist
and
fight in
she
the next
believed
scene.
we could help him too. It's what she'd want.
What about money? His job doesn't pay well, and it'll be difficult to cover the funeral costs.
Toby's proud.
Do we have any reason to
might
care
take
about
it as
any
an
of these
insult.
characters? Nope. That's the biggest
Maybe I
problem
should
with the
just
writing so
apologize.
far.
For what, Rach?
I recruited Joy.
You're
I
supposed to
feel
be making these
responsible for her,
decisions that
okay?
influence the characters in the story
Whatever you decide,
without knowing
I'm behind you
anything about the
100%.
characters or the story.
If he freaks out, I'll
So
try
you're
to
just
calm
making
him down.
choices blindly.
If he's satisfied,
Which at
tell
that
him it was all
point,
your idea.
why
I
even
know, and I appreciate it.
why even make a
Just let me
choice?
think on it, okay?
Yeah, okay. Hey. Te amo.
Te amo.
It's bread. Carl sitting down for his lovely dinner of bread.
Why are you sitting in the dark? Papa, are you okay?
I didn't get a good look at it. That thing that killed the goats ran to check on your mother.
Papa, where's Mama?
I tried.
Are these two storylines of characters going to eventually
tried.
converge and intertwine? Supposedly.
I tried my best.
Orson, I need to
We're
talk to
12
Grandpa.
days in and there's no
Why don't you go say
hint
hi
of that
to
happening
Grandma?
yet.
No.
But hey, 12 days is not that far into something that's going to
Papa?
be going for 8
Did
months.
something happen? Oh God. Oh God.
Should we ride the tractor today, Lily?
Somehow she didn't pick up on all the clues of what happened based on how Carl was reacting. She goes upstairs, she cries for 10 seconds. We timed this. And then she immediately gets over it.
Orson, Angel, don't come in here. Go back downstairs. Oh God, Mama.
And she instantly goes into
How did it-
suspecting her father.
Papa?
We don't
Did
have
you-
any backstory with these characters. We don't have any understanding
It's
of
not my
why she would immediately
I tried
assume that it was
everything I
Carl.
could. I really did. I took good care of her.
Tried what? CPR? Did you even call the paramedics?
This is supposed to be like a big defining moment for this character,
I need to call an ambulance now.
for Astrid. Why does she suspect her father? Why
I'll wait
is
with
she upset or not so upset with the passing of her mother? These are things that could have been written into the story to tell you about the character,
The ambulance should be here soon.
but because there are community decisions that have to be made about how she feels about this, whether she's going to help her father, whether she's going to turn over evidence, because all that has to be voted on and decided on by a community decision,
She didn't take
the
any
characters can't be written
What did you give
in such a way where they have their own motivations and feelings,
That's all.
because they're trying to leave it in the hands
Paramedics are coming,
of the
Papa,
community
and
voting.
police. If they see this, what do you think they'll say?
So you just wind up not caring.
Papa, this is evidence. I'd be incriminating myself.
Then put it back.
It's people who you have no idea the context of who they are, what they're doing,
Did you
and then they just throw a random choice at you
have something to do with
that you're
Mama's
supposed to make, even though you have no context.
If you want to turn it into them, so be it. I would never hurt your mother. I'd
Now we have more characters like Astrid having these strange visions.
Astrid. I think the ambulance is here.
And then the ambulance is here, so some amount of time just passed. Some undisclosed amount of time just passed. We don't know what, if Astrid was just standing there staring blankly for that time. Carl doesn't seem to see what she's seeing. Hey, remember the Silent Hill 2 bathroom scene? That's Jacob Navoke's favorite scene in all of Silent Hill. So here's Toby in the bathroom, poorly recreating Silent Hill 2's intro, and listening to a voicemail from his dead sister Joy. The last thing that she said to him before dying, and it was a voicemail. He didn't even answer the phone.
Come on. Don't do this, Joy.
Another cameo character there.
Last call, Toby.
That was one of the live streamers from day one.
Shit.
Who was promoting this, who got paid to hype it up. So they gave him a cameo on the first day.
Toby.
Remember, these two guys are supposed to be friends.
Yeah, you do.
In the context of the story,
wife is pulling my sister deeper into her goddamn cult, and it needs to stop.
These people are supposed to be friends.
Rachel?
No. Your sister. Joy.
No. Joy's fine. I just heard from her.
I'm so sorry. I am. You need to know Rachel and I both really cared about Joy.
You're serious? How did it happen?
I'm not sure.
What do you mean you're not sure?
Why wouldn't you just let the police tell him?
Said it was some kind
It's
of
implied that the police don't know that the cult already has covered up Joy's death. In the scene where Xavier was talking to Rachel previously, he says that, Joy's already been examined and it was determined natural causes.
I don't know.
So that's the implication that the cult just covered it up.
Are you fucking kidding me, Hernandez?
She said Joy would have wanted you to have it.
Hey, take that shit outside.
What the
Take
hell
that
does
shit
Rachel
outside.
Know about what Joy wanted.
It's okay. It's fine.
Don't you be throwing slow motion punches in my
That's what
bar.
I fucking think of a prayer from your wife's cult.
And then he sits down like an Oblivion NPC. Yeah. The voice acting is really subpar. The animations are really bad.
Xavier?
So it's hard
Krista?
to take any of this in, you know? This is why I have to watch everything multiple times just to get any idea of what's going on in the story. People like she's just still having visions of monsters.
Rachel, is everything all right? More visions? The Purifier has more to show you. These visions are a gift.
So again, Xavier thinks that it's a good
Even
thing.
Radcliffe himself
Krista
was
thinks it's a
frightened by
bad
the
thing.
things he saw. But while others saw a monster, he
We
saw
get a little bit of insight into the
Our
founder,
order is not for the
or
faint of
who I
heart.
suspect is the founder
But
of
I've
their
never
cult.
had to worry about
This person named Radcliffe.
I always knew there was something special about you, Rachel. And now the Purifier has shown me I was right. Something to share, Krista?
What if you're wrong?
Yeah.
What if she did see a monster?
Mm-hmm.
The pestilent.
Xavier, you know why we came to this town. What we're here
So
to do.
little by little, we get
really
monster
risk everything
names dropped,
feeling?
like the pestilent.
Faith, Krista. And until now, my conviction was all I had to keep us, this whole damn town, safe. But now I have more than that. I have proof.
This cult leader isn't very charismatic.
Cursed? I honestly don't know what I believe.
They
right
definitely
now.
needed.
Joy is dead, and somehow
They needed a Claudia They needed a
Joy's
Claudia
lack of
Wolf.
faith
They needed
was
a
the true
Dahlia
culprit.
Gillespie.
Don't let her doubts become yours. Joy's brother.
I get
you
that
speak with him?
they're trying to make you feel for the cult with the story. They're trying to make it like, look, these are otherwise pretty normal people, but also they're in a
Tore
cult.
it up and punched Eric.
And I don't think that's necessary.
And you were expecting a different response?
I don't think
Everyone
you
knows how much
have
Toby
to
hates the
show
Foundation.
this
Toby
much
needs
of
to be
that
dealt with,
side of
Xavier.
things.
He'll only cause problems for us.
Yes, I know.
There's more. Eric's been asking questions.
Can't you just put him in his place like you usually do?
Eric is only an initiate. Initiates are impressionable.
Wonder if Toby
but
will
also
become the bad guy.
That
So
makes them dangerous.
in the
He's also my
data
husband.
mined information
You've always
so
taught us
far,
that marriage is a temple built on trust.
there were icons and images of Toby standing in front of fire, holding a Molotov,
Eric won't understand.
before that choice was made by the community.
You'll have to figure out how to field his questions without putting us at risk. Can you do this?
I can try.
Supposedly, the community decided on Toby doing that. But there were already assets showing that he was meant to do that before the choice went live.
Would you like some coffee or something?
I gave up coffee when I was pregnant. I never went back.
Them
I
detective
understand you have
cameos in the
been feeling ill for a
background.
while.
That's right.
Was last night worse than usual?
I'm not... I'd have to think.
There will be an autopsy. So we'll have answers soon enough. Many I spoke to had strong feelings.
They went to
about
the
their
effort of
wife.
being multicultural.
She's
Look, an
not
Asian, a
even
black man, a
buried.
black woman. Have
Some
we
people are already
gotten
dragging her name.
someone Hispanic
She had her
yet?
defenders.
Rachel
Most of those were
Hernandez
scared of
and her husband
And I
Alonso
think it's safe
Eric
to say Most
Hernandez.
in this town would celebrate one less Johansson.
I could barely
And their
even
daughter,
find someone
Faith.
to do the autopsy.
It's a small town. Grudges live longer than people.
Grudges live longer than people.
Are you glad
So they're
to see
building
one
up
less
this whole
Johansson?
idea that everybody in Still Dallin hates
I
the
shouldn't have to prove that
Johansons.
to you.
I guess I'll take your word for it. For now, anyway.
I've had enough of this. We're in mourning.
If I have other questions.
Where the
I'll be in
detective is
touch.
saying like they couldn't, they could barely even find someone to do an autopsy because everyone hates this family so
Your
much.
father's memory may be hazy, but mine's not. I know what kind of person Ingrid was. If there's something you're hiding, either of you, you need to tell me.
But we still don't know why.
We'll find out either way.
We still don't know why everyone hates the Johansons. We don't know exactly what Ingrid did. There's Rachel and her daughter Faith. Yeah, there's no connection to Silent Hill yet. We don't know anything about why the Johansons are hated yet.
Ah, shit!
We don't know how long Rachel has been a member of the cult.
Is everything okay?
We know that Eric is new to the cult. There's the calendar
I burned
in the top right, by the way.
You sure?
That says September 2025.
Fine.
Hey, about the thing with Toby?
So if you're wondering
get you
why
in
I
trouble
keep
with
saying
anybody
that
at the
this takes
Foundation.
place in 2025,
For what it's worth,
it's because
I
there's a
think you were right
calendar
to
that
send him
says
after
September 2025
Maybe
right
some
there.
small part of it got through to him.
Xavier's dealing with bigger problems than Toby.
And yet everybody
Joy's dead.
has like a
You never
big
did tell me what happened.
CRT TV
Joy
from
died during a
the
ceremony.
80s and 90s.
It was just her and me, and then we weren't alone. There was something else, something right out of Radcliffe's writings.
All the cars also look old.
But you can't tell anyone. Xavier needs this to stay quiet until we can.
Nobody
figure out what
drives
really
anything
happened.
newer than like a 1985
Understand?
Ford.
Rachel?
Monster just walking around. So she's still having visions
Rach!
We need to go to the Foundation. Now.
What? Why?
Go get Faith. I'll pack.
And she believes that they'll be safe in the church, in the Foundation's
Rach,
church.
It's the middle of the night and...
Eric, I know this brings up bad memories for you, but we're not safe here.
And they're going to go over...
What do we tell Faith?
What do they tell Faith?
I guess we could lie and say it's a sleepover.
So these were the
At least she
community
wouldn't be
choices.
Xavier doesn't
Lie
approve of
and say
keeping
it's a
the truth from
sleepover.
children. We can tell her a story from the
Tell a story
scriptures.
from the
Xavier
scriptures.
keeps copies in his library.
This choice, when it aired live, this episode, they showed the wrong choice.
Look, we don't have time to debate this. I just need you and Faith to do exactly what I say.
So the community
It'll be better for
voted
everyone.
for
I don't know if she'll listen.
Rachel to tell Faith a story, one of the cult's
Eric,
stories.
go!
Yeah, okay.
And instead, when they showed this live, they lied to her and said it was a sleepover. They fixed it when they uploaded the recap.
Hello?
And like this, you know, to go back and rewatch. But when they showed it live, they showed the wrong scene.
Look, I know how you feel about all this. The Foundation's really helped me. Rachel's helped me. Anyway,
So the Hernandez family, they're trying to decide what to tell Faith. Rachel's seeing monsters. Now we cut back to Toby dealing with the death of his sister Joy, getting drunk in the woods.
Fucking phone.
Joy?
You never cared about me.
And he starts having these delusions,
To find a
these
real
visions of
family.
Joy. We know for sure it's not Joy.
Open your eyes.
The producer and CEO,
God! Joy! No!
Jacob Navoke and Motoi Okamoto, said that they have very specific things that they're allowed to write about
Who in the hell was that?
that were handed down from Konami. Like Konami gave them strict things that they can and cannot write about in a Silent Hill story.
After what they did to me?
And one of the things that
what
they're not
she
allowed to
did?
write about are ghosts.
Rachel did this?
It
First she
specifically
screwed you
says no
over.
ghosts, no
Destroyed
zombies.
your life. Then she took mine.
So
She
clearly
needs to
this
answer
is
for what
like
she's
a
done to
manifestation or a delusion
You
or a
deserve the
demon posing as Joy.
Rachel, the Foundation, they won't say a goddamn thing. I warned you about them, Joy. But I'll show everyone what they did. I can prove it now.
Proof? Even if you had it, who would believe you? Or
Silent Hill
Toby
4 has
Surratt?
ghosts.
The
See, it was a
town
different series producer at that time. Different CEO at Konami. They had a different direction for what they wanted to do with the games back then.
Burn it down.
These days, it's different people. It's different CEO at Konami. It's a different producer for the overall series, and they've got a different direction that they want to take it in. And the direction they want to go is don't set it in Silent Hill anymore. It can be anywhere but that fucking town. Or no ghosts, no zombies. Don't set it in Silent Hill, no ghosts, no zombies. Those are the strict
Structurally,
guidelines.
The liquid in the syringe appears to be an opiate. Morphine? She wasn't prescribed morphine. Hello?
Ingrid is a neuropathologist, or excuse me, Astrid is a neuropathologist who can apparently look at a liquid under a microscope and be able to identify it. She can just look at the syringe under a microscope
hard to
and tell
say.
that it's morphine.
Orson could have been pushed or provoked. Maybe it was self-defense.
And her son, Orson, is getting banned from school. He's getting suspended for biting another child. Because that's also been like kind of a
Did I catch you at a
subplot
bad
going
time?
along, is that Orson appears to be
Got the report on the C1
neurodivergent, possibly on the autism spectrum.
Everything okay?
Some drama at Orson's school. Apparently misbehaved.
I don't know what they're doing
But it
with
could have
that
been the other
whole
kids
plot
who
line
started
yet,
it, for
but
all I
it's a
know.
thing.
One parent to another. If you let him off easy now, it'll just lead to more bad behavior down the line.
We have
Sounds
this
like my
wonderful
mother.
cameo
If
character
anyone in my family stepped even
who
a toe
blends
out of
right
line,
in.
we never heard the end of it. I never wanted that for Orson. And he's so impressionable at this age.
And he's here
Takes
just
a
to
lot of work to
rattle
not
off the
become our
community
parents.
choices for how to discipline Orson.
Maybe I'll just give him a good talking to.
Give him
My
a lecture.
experience, lectures are sometimes not enough.
Take away his toys.
In one ear, out the other.
Make him sit in timeout.
What would you do?
Something he'd understand. Like taking away his toys.
So there you go. They awkwardly list off all the community choices,
And I'm not sure I could handle
which
the
is another
tears.
huge issue with the way this dialogue is
all
written.
have to learn that actions have
None of the characters can commit to anything because they're leaving so much of it in the hands of the audience to choose. Oh, we got the media offline. Okay, hold on. So apparently they changed something with how they edit these episodes together, and there are missing frames in between the edits from each of the episodes. So now we get these nice big media missing scenes every once in a while in between cuts. That's a new development. It didn't do that before. Now it does it. So that's something that they changed in like the last day or two and made it worse. All right, time to discipline Orson. Really pay attention to this scene also, because this is our introduction to Eva.
How about something to eat, yeah?
Carl walks in. Orson's just sitting there.
Oh. Eva.
Carl acknowledges
When did
Eva.
you get here?
Mama kicked me out of the house again. Okay if I stay?
Yeah.
So I said I wasn't going to pause and talk about the story in more depth, but there actually is something a little bit more important to talk about here. So we're pausing to talk about this one. So this is Eva. Exactly. Phantom Cigar, Pablo, like who? That was my exact reaction when we watched this live. Who is this person who just showed up? The last episode before this was a detective talking to Carl, talking about how everyone in the town hates their family. Like, it's hard to go forward with the funeral and the autopsy after Ingrid's death because everyone in this little town just hates this fucking family so much. Yet this person who's not related to them just shows up. Assumed it's the kid's friend. Orson never says a word to her, and she never says anything to Orson. The only character we've seen Eva interact with is Carl for the entire 12 days so far. She hasn't interacted with anybody else, even when you have other characters like Orson physically in the room. So that would be my first indication that Eva is probably not real. Now, here's my second indication. Really quickly, let me pull up an image. Because now that this is being compiled into episodes every week, they're uploading all of that to Sony Pictures media app and Tubi and like places where you would normally go and watch TV shows and movies and shit. They're uploading Ascension as it finishes each week as a new episode. So if you go and watch on Tubi, at the end of all of the story, there is credits. We have voice cast. So a couple things I want to point out here. A lot of these are characters that we have not been introduced to yet. You know, Britt Johansson, we're only just now hearing that character in like the last couple of episodes. Going down the list here, we know Krista, we know Leo. We just met Meta in today's episode, the newest episode. We don't know who Nils is. We don't know who Nora Jackson is. Olivia Hogan is Detective Hogan. But you see, there's like these characters, Zane Davies, characters who we haven't met yet, and it gives you like a first and last name. Look at Eva. Even in the credits, which spoil character names that we haven't even been introduced to yet, it only refers to her as Eva. She's not given a last name. She's the only character. Well, I guess we also have Aurora and Barbara. Barbara is supposed to be one of the elders of the cult. We see her interacting with multiple people, Rachel, Xavier, etc. Aurora is the CPS, Child Protective Services social worker, who has come to review if she needs to take Orson away. Yes, that's a real plot point going on. But yeah, Eva, she just shows up. She doesn't interact with Orson when he's in the same room as her. She talks weird. She acts weird. No one sees her but Carl. We've seen monsters, you know, through visions. But the first time we see somebody like interact with a monster, Carl shooting a gun at a monster, Ava is the only person there with him who's also seeing it. So considering how closely Carl's character and plot mimics Silent Hill 2, you know, he's got a sick wife. He may or may not have killed her. He's seeing delusional visions. You know, he's seeing all of these things. And now we have Ava who shows up. We don't know who she is. She's only got a first name, similar to Maria, only having a first name in Silent Hill 2. So, yeah, I personally think Ava's not real. She's some sort of delusion. Whether or not that will actually play into something more significant as time goes on. Rachel and I were having a conversation, not Rachel from the story, but my girlfriend Rachel. We were sitting down and having a conversation about Ava and kind of speculating on what she might be. And Rachel brought up the possibility that because there is Meta, this person who Ingrid thought Carl was having an affair with, that Ava might be like an illegitimate child that died and is now manifesting, or that she was like the unborn child, the unborn daughter that he never had. Because like his own kids fucking hate him. Astrid hates him. Britt hates him. Neither of them even want to be there for Ingrid's funeral. But then you have Ava just showing up out of nowhere, who's trying to force this relationship with Carl. She's getting closer with him, wants him to teach her how to shoot a gun, all that sort of thing. I don't think she's real. I don't think she's real. Anyway, just wanted to point that out while we watch the rest of the scene, so that watching this scene with that in mind, look at how Ava talks, look at how she reacts and interacts with Carl, and look at how she completely ignores Orson and Orson completely ignores her.
Of course. What do you have there, Lilleven? You got in a bit of trouble at school, I hear. Well, we'll stay out of trouble here, won't we?
He beat someone, huh? When I was his age, I used to bite kids at school too.
Grandpa? Where's Grandma?
That's
look at how desynced all the video and audio is.
You haven't told him? I was
so
his
bad
age when I lost my grandma. My papa's mama. Oh, he was so sad. He didn't come out of his room for a week. That made Mama angry. I kept asking why Papa was so sad, and that made her even angrier. So finally she told me.
What did she tell you?
What she thought I needed to hear.
Grandpa? Where's Grandma?
You know that your grandma loves you very much, right? Just like I love you. And your mama does too.
Where did she go?
Well, you see, Lilleven,
so
Grandma...
We're getting this explanation for Orson.
Am I going to die too?
Am I going to die too? Okay. So really quickly, Orson's voice actor. So Orson's voice actor is Zane Bugai, who is the actual like 8-year-old son of Stefan Bugai, who is the chief creative officer for Genvid. So one of the guys who's basically has the most control over the plot and the story and the characters and the writing. This is his son as Orson. And he's also got a teenage daughter who's a little bit older. She voices the character of Faith Hernandez, the daughter of the cult couple. So those are both the chief creative officer's children. So I'm just imagining, you know, we got him in there talking to his son, getting him to read these lines. Am I going to die too?
Not for a very long time.
I don't think I want to.
Don't worry about that now, Lillivan. Can you watch him a moment? Orson, Grandpa's going out to check on the farm. Will you be okay playing with your toys for a few minutes?
I'll play with Zane.
See, again, he doesn't say anything
The man in the
like,
fog.
stay here and let Eva watch you. He says, stay here with your toys. So here's Faith. Here's
Mommy, I don't like it
Stephen
here.
Bugai's daughter.
I know, sweetie, and I promise we'll go home soon. We just need to
I
be
think
here
she's
for a
like
little while.
around 15
I'll
years
go grab
old
the
or
rest of
so.
our things.
But she's supposed to be voicing
Set up some cots in the meeting room.
a much younger
You and
child,
Eric can-
so
I don't want to stay here.
that's why she sounds
Remember the
older.
story about the
A lot of
girl in
people
the
have
stone castle?
pointed that out with the
Her
voice.
mommy and daddy took her to a big castle so she'd be safe from the monsters outside. And remember who was there to protect them?
The
Purifier. That's right.
Are there monsters outside? Like in the story?
Faith, this place is like the stone castle. Nothing bad can get you in here.
Okay.
So this is them telling the story
I
to
saw something
Faith,
again tonight.
which was the
Purifier. I don't
choice
know
the
what it
community
was.
actually voted on.
Xavier, I'm afraid. Not just for me,
The scene
but for
that
my
they didn't
family,
show
too.
when it aired live.
Rachel, you are a walking miracle. The Purifier would never let anything harm you.
What about Eric? What about her? Maybe Krista's right. Maybe I am cursed.
Krista is wrong. I'm sure of it.
But how do you know? How do any of us know if any of this is true?
That's a great point. Better yet, why should any of
The
us care?
elders will help us make sense of all of this. Rachel, we love you. And we would never let anything happen to you or your family. You believe that, right?
Of course I do.
Good. Now get some rest.
What child stands like that? Also, you were supposed to vote on whether or not Rachel doubts herself, but her dialogue there just makes it sound like no matter what, she's gonna say the same thing to Xavier. And then we're immediately cutting right back to
Angel.
Norway.
I
Time
need to talk to you
time
about
to
something.
discipline Orson for
You
biting
know how you've been
kids.
staying home from school? That's because of what happened on your last day. Do you remember?
You ask a lot of questions, Mama. Like
Ava
Zane.
is gone.
Is that a friend in
Carl
your
is still
class?
standing there. Orson is still there. Astrid is here now. No more
Orson.
Ava. No mention of Ava.
Your teacher said you got into an argument and you bit another kid. Orson, look at me. You bit someone. That's not okay. Ever. Do you understand me? When you hurt people, it hurts you in your heart. And it hurts my heart too. You don't want to hurt me. Do you?
Astrid, I think that's enough.
I know that was hard to hear. But that ugliness, that's how your grandma behaved. I don't think we need any more angry, mean old ladies in the world. We need more good little boys. More Orsons. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. So there you go. That was the community choice, to give him a lecture. Your words and deeds have consequences, Orson.
I can make us some tea. The water's still hot.
No, Papa.
You did a hard thing up there, talking things out with Orson. But I think you'll be a better person for it.
I don't want to hear your review of my parenting skills.
All right. Then what do you
God, the dialogue is just so
The
flat.
syringe. The one I found in Mama's room.
There's nothing more to say.
I ran a test on it, Papa. It was filled with morphine.
So she starts confronting
Is that
him
what you were giving, Mama?
about the syringe. She
that
knows
what
it's
killed her?
morphine.
Why do you bring this up again? Why can't you let it go?
I already told you her death wasn't my fault. I did everything for your mother.
Carl is instantly
Because you were scared of
defensive.
her.
And there's a monster in the hallway.
You don't know anything. You don't know what it was like, what she could do, what...
Are you fucking serious?
But only Carl is seeing
I
it.
know exactly what it
Clearly.
was like. Every day in this house was torture. And you, Papa, you didn't do a goddamn thing about
Oh. God. I...
Such a bad
Where are you
animation.
going?
it. To get Orson. You're not fit to be around him.
Leave the boy, Astrid. You don't know what you're saying.
I thought all of this shit was finally gone with Mama. I was wrong.
I'm sorry. I don't know what happened.
I've heard a lifetime of empty apologies. I don't need another.
Astrid, please. I'm sorry.
This would be a really emotional
I'm
moment
sorry.
if we had ever seen anything with these characters. A 2 or 3 second flashback of them living their life and talking to each other back before Ingrid died. Like something.
Please. Make it stop.
Get ready for the dryer jump scare.
I can lock up. See you back at the house? I could cook and...
We need to go back.
What?
Let's go, Faith. Grab your stuff.
Wait, Rach. Talk to me.
Mommy? Faith, honey, can you go check on the machines over there? Go see if anyone left anything behind.
Faith
trusted me
looked
enough to
like
tell
she
me what
just
really happened to Joy,
she's got
then you can
Heelys
trust me
on. She
now.
like
So tell me,
slid into position behind her there.
Hey, look at me. Rach, you can talk to me.
I see more and more bad animations every time I
can't.
rewatch this.
Rach, come on. It's me. I'm not gonna tell anybody anything.
You're asking me to break my oath.
I just want to help.
I said no.
And the thing is, if you have a well-written story, those kind of things don't matter.
I'm sorry.
You're focused on what the characters are saying. You're focused on the story, and you don't notice little animation fuck-ups. But when the story is this, like how many scenes do we need of Eric, I'm worried. Yeah, I know. Tell me what's going on. I can't. You're new to the cult. Okay, I'm your husband and I support you. All right. We gained nothing. We lost nothing. The story doesn't move. It's just, how can you have filler for something that's 5 minutes of content at most per day? How is there filler? Sorry, I'm getting distracted. Let's focus on this amazing story, shall we? We've got a lot to go through still. This is only week 1. Oh, the syringe and the painkillers. Time to investigate that.
Detective.
So yeah, that was she was just getting the syringe that she's decided to turn over to the detective.
Can I get you something to drink?
No, thank you. Well, I'm here. Why did you call me?
I wanted to show you this. I found this in my mother's room. It's morphine. She wasn't prescribed it, but if this syringe was full, it could have been a lethal dose.
You think your father did this?
I'm not sure.
You should have given this to me earlier. But I understand your hesitation. It can't have been easy.
If it helps us know the truth, do what you have to do.
I intend to.
Way to go, community. You chose that. Was it labeled morphine? No, she looked at it under a microscope and somehow figured out it was morphine because she's a scientist.
How'd they die?
You probably think that was me too.
I just said he talked with your daughter. She was very helpful.
Yeah, she counted the morphine atoms.
Surprised?
Why haven't you arrested me then? If you had any excuse to put those cuffs on me, you would.
This is such weird dialogue because Carl sounds like a different voice actor.
You can't. Even you don't think you have the evidence. You're just trying to scare me into confessing.
I'm giving you a chance to tell the truth before the autopsy does it for you.
What if the truth is impossible to believe?
Like he doesn't sound like the same person.
Look, just save us the trouble and admit you killed her. Denial won't hold up against evidence.
The evidence you don't have.
Yet.
What's a Nauken? It's like a Norwegian water fairy, like a mischievous water spirit. That's my very, very vague understanding of it. I had to look it up when we watched it live too.
Are you ready?
Not really.
Tell them the truth, and everything will be fine.
Xavier,
Rachel Hernandez.
Oh, here we go. Rachel being questioned by the elders. They just have Joy's body, showing even more that they just covered up her death.
Yes, kneel. Whether out of penitence or humility.
This is Barbara.
We must decide how to judge the work
from
of
the
your hands.
voice credits.
Rachel Hernandez, your sister Joy is dead, but you are very much alive. Why is this?
What did you do? Did you
Look
fuck
at
up?
me, Rachel.
Look at me, Hector.
Something killed her.
Something. We'll need more to go on than that.
I don't know.
One of our own is dead. We demand answers.
I don't have them.
One of
I've
our
replayed
own
that
is
day in my
dead. She
mind
was like a
again
new
and again,
recruit.
and
I mean, I
can't
guess
ignore my
technically that's
doubts.
still looked down on, but
Explain.
I did everything correctly, exactly as I was taught. Every word, every cut. But what I saw?
so again, this scene is supposed to be something that we're watching because of all of the or certain community choices up until this point. However, it's worth pointing out that this scene and dialogue was in the trailer before, a week or whatever before. No, it's more than that. Before the first episode, this scene and dialogue we see in the trailer.
It was something new, something we don't understand.
Are you questioning the veracity of our teachings?
No! I'm just saying, what if we miss something? What if there's something we don't know?
This order has stood for centuries. How dare you?
How dare you imply
Though I
that
am
we
not
don't
pleased to see
know
that your faith has
something?
wavered. I think it would be unwise to ignore this. A ritual of clarity is required.
Barbara, given the outcome of the last ritual, is this our
Centuries.
wisest course of action?
Apparently, the Foundation has existed for
I believe
centuries.
it is.
And why is that?
How
Because
dare
the
you?
withering must be stopped.
A withering? Here?
Impossible. I would have seen the signs.
You may not.
That's the best dialogue in the entire game so far.
You've seen them.
In this
haven't you,
entire
Rachel?
show,
Visions,
whatever you want to call it.
Harbingers lurking in that cramped, stifling
A
place
withering?
between sleep and awake.
How do you?
I know because of Radcliffe's writings.
Yeah.
And now I know
Name
it's
dropping Radcliffe. His
This
writings
town
are what their
stands on a
beliefs are
cliff.
based on.
As more are drawn into the pestilence blighted web, it flutters further over the abyss. We have to stop it. You have to stop it.
Does it explain what the withering is earlier?
Whatever is required.
So this is all we have mentioned of the
You will need to
withering.
choose someone to help you perform the ritual.
So from the context of this so far, a withering is supposed to be like their, I think, protection basically going away. It's the plot of Silent Hill Homecoming. It's worse and it's very stupid, but it's basically the plot of Silent Hill Homecoming, where you've got a cult that branched off from the Order, and they were being protected from the evil things that would happen to the cult and to the town of Silent Hill on the other side of Toluca Lake. Meanwhile, they went and settled in Shepherd's Glen, just for a quick recap of what Homecoming is about. And then they fuck up their ritual. Specifically, the founding families have to sacrifice one of their children every 50 years, and the Shepherd family fails to do their sacrifice, which was supposed to be Alex Shepherd. So they fail, and then the events of Homecoming happen. The cult loses their protection, and then the town of Shepherd's Glen goes to shit. That's what the withering seems to be. This cult believes that they had some sort of pact made with this purifier and all of these deities and all of these beliefs built, written by this mysterious Radcliffe person centuries ago. And now there is a withering, a breaking down of their previous belief and faith as it becomes corrupted and withers away. Do you get it? But yeah, that's the withering.
Someone who will bring you strength.
The girl's husband. He's still new to our order, but a marriage bond is a powerful one.
Krista should do it.
Me?
She and Rachel haven't always seen eye to eye, but friction can yield perseverance.
I can also make myself available, though you should consider our bond is only still in its infancy.
So again, community chooses who does Rachel perform the ritual with? Barbara, who we literally just met. This episode. Her husband, or Krista. And the community voted for Krista. I would have thought the obvious choice there would be the husband, would be Eric. And I'm still a little suspect of Krista being voted for. Like, really? The overall community? All 600 people all over the world who are interacting with Silent Hill Ascension voted for Krista, the character who we barely know anything. Like, we don't know anything about any of these characters, but out of our three options, Eric, Barbara, and Krista, we know the most about Eric. We've seen at least little bits and pieces of his relationship with Rachel. Krista, we still don't know anything about other than she's the bitchy one who always, talks down on Rachel. Whatever Rachel says she thinks she believes or thinks she saw, Krista's like, yeah, probably not. She's the naysayer. Other than that, we don't know anything about her. And people overwhelming were like, do the ritual with Krista. I don't understand. That feels like a forced decision to me, but who knows? Because again, I would think from the logical standpoint of anybody just kind of watching this casually, you would just be like, oh, she performs it with her husband. She's part of the cult. He's part of the cult. He's new. This gives us it gives him an excuse to like move up in the cult and know more information, people went with Krista, who is girl in cult. Yeah. So that's episode 1. That's week 1. Now we got to catch up on this past week, week 2. Look at all these real names of human beings that worked on this. And none of it was AI generated at all. So here we go. Going forward on this part of the week, I'm going to be pausing a lot more often. We're going to be talking about stuff a little bit more in depth, similar to what we did for the first week last Saturday. But before we get started on that, I really quickly just need to use the restroom again. So I will be right back in just a couple minutes. And then we will get into episode 2, week 2 of Silent Hill Ascension. So I'm going to be right back. Okay. Sorry about that very short break. Don't worry, we're going to get right back into it. You miss Eduardo in the fog? What are you talking about? He's right there. Eduardo is always right there. He's always watching. He's always there. Yeah, just like Walter Sullivan. I'm always watching. Why wasn't giving her Walter's doll a choice? That's a great question, considering Walter's doll is in Silent Hill Ascension. It's a sticker. It's called the Spooky Doll or something like that, instead of the Shabby Doll. Or the Creepy Doll. I think it's called the Creepy Doll as a sticker in Ascension. But it's literally just traced over the artwork of the icon of the Shabby Doll from Silent Hill 4. All right. Episode 2. The second week of Silent Hill Ascension's riveting story. Let's go through it very meticulously.
Subject 1VXA1. Culture looks healthy. Closely watching the calcium buildup. But for the next trial...
She's doing science at work.
What are you doing here?
Carl shows
Your
up.
place. I thought I was picking Orson up to take him to school, but he wasn't there. I was waiting there, scared to death.
I took him to school. I told you. I don't want you around him right now.
I should have known.
So he apparently was responsible for like picking Orson up and going to school and stuff like that. Taking him to school. And I guess Astrid just didn't make that clear for Carl. Like she said last time they spoke, like, oh, you threw a frying pan at my head, so I don't want you around my son anymore. But he still thinks he's supposed to be going and picking Orson up for school, I guess. Even after all that.
Haugen told me you gave her the syringe.
Astrid has a wedding band? Yeah, we don't know who Orson's father is yet.
So horrible.
Was Mama such a terrible person that she deserved to be murdered?
Who will watch him while you're working?
I'll figure something out. But it won't involve you.
I'm sorry you got roped into this. I'm sorry about a lot of things. I'm asking for forgiveness here. Begging for it. Please, Astrid.
I think this was the community choice also, was to beg for forgiveness from Astrid.
Can we just move on?
I'm not Mama. I'm not looking for you to grovel. I need you to do better as a grandfather than you did as a father. But it's too late for that. I don't want you around my son, and that's final.
Okay. Great job, community. Begged for forgiveness. Astrid don't care. She's made up her mind. Way to influence that story.
Can I get another drink?
You look like hell.
Oh, here's Gidget and Red Penguin. I love that there are crucial points of the story and the plot being delivered by like cameo characters. I always figured the cameos are just going to be like this. This is a great example because there's two cameos here. We have this cameo with Lines, who's about to give us some of the most important information that we've heard in the past 12 days worth of story. And then you've got this cameo back here who's just like standing against a wall holding something. I thought this was going to be most of the cameos. I thought the majority of cameos were supposed to not be like part of the story, just like there in the background, so that you can rewatch episodes and be like, oh, here's me. I'm in the background. Here's my guy. There's Zach Baggins or whatever. I didn't think it was going to be like characters giving you information. Some of the most important information we've heard so far.
You, need someone to talk to?
I'm not interested in joining your fucking cult.
How do you know? Do you just assume that everybody here is part of this cult? Is the cult that influential on the town where Toby just assumes everybody else is involved? Is there some reason why he responds this way?
Hey, relax. I'm not with them. Haven't set foot there in years. I'm just...
So she was.
Something bad happened in there.
I kind of thought cults were supposed to be secret. Well, no. They're the foundation. You know, they're a help organization that helps people get off like drugs and alcohol. That's what's literally about to be explained by Gidget the cameo right now.
With my sister.
Sounds about right. They start as a support group.
Start as a support group.
But then they make you need them. And when my partner died at the steel mill, they used my grief to...
Okay, so this character's partner died in the steel mill. Now, like, this, when it aired, I didn't even make note of this because I figured it's just random dialogue by a random cameo character. But in the most recent episodes, they won't fucking shut up about the mill all of a sudden. Even though they hadn't mentioned it at all in the first like 10 days worth of stuff. In the last couple of episodes, we keep hearing everybody talk about the mill. Everybody's like, yeah, Toby, you're such a fuck up. They should arrest you for what happened at the mill. And I forgot completely that this episode is the first time the mill gets mentioned, and it's from a fucking cameo. So we know that somebody died there. This cameo's partner died there. Also, I want to be like, yay for inclusivity, that they don't specify like my husband, my wife, my girlfriend, my boyfriend. They just say partner. So that's good, but also the reasoning for it is not inclusivity, it's laziness. Because they didn't know what cameo character is going to fill this spot and say these words. They don't know if it's going to be a female cameo character or a male cameo character. So they just record the same exact dialogue with two different actors, depending on if, you know, which cameo character gets to say the role. And the dialogue has to be written in such a way that either, you know, male or female cameo can say it, which is why they very specifically say partner. You thought she fucking meant her police partner? Maybe. I don't fucking know. They don't give us any context. Maybe that's what she means.
Assholes.
Sorry. About your partner.
Yeah, well... You should stay as far away from the Foundation as you can.
I can't.
What are you gonna do?
Still figuring that out.
Well, you didn't hear this from me. But I've got some family who I've been helping leave the Foundation. They don't know much. But they say something big's going down this week.
Something big's going down.
He might know more about it, but...
He won't.
These animations.
His Foundation-loving wife's got him by the balls.
Sounds to me like he's soft. A few strong words, and he'd open
Sounds to me like he's got soft
sure
balls.
Piss off the only friend I got left.
Your friend. Your only friend that you have left. The guy who we've literally seen every interaction of you and him yelling at each other or punching him in the face. That guy. That friend. Good old relatable everyman Toby. Eric's best friend who fucking Jesus punches him in the face and throws a Molotov into a church. I'm sorry. I'm getting distracted. We're supposed to be focusing on this wonderful story that you can just sit back and enjoy.
Play the heartstrings.
You mean beg? Like some kind of pathetic asshole?
Well, when you put it that way.
Yes.
You could always lie to him, trick him into telling you.
You could always
Like
do
I
one
said,
of these three things.
Sounds like he's soft.
This very natural dialogue where everybody always seems to suggest specifically three things that you could possibly do as a character. Almost as if a community has to vote between those three things that you're listing off. Man, this is some well-written dialogue. It's so natural.
Hello?
That's Joy puking her guts up. This is supposed to be our first couple of indicators that Joy was a drug addict. We know that Toby became an alcoholic over some life-ruining event, potentially what happened at the fucking mill that we're only just now learning anything about.
Joy?
But there you see he hears Joy's voice. That's her voice actress doing the like vomiting sounds and stuff. And then when he peeks into the stall, you see like the pills on the floor. So there's your first hint that Joy is a drug addict, or was before she died. Although I don't know why they try to do anything even remotely like subtle about it, considering in the next episode, we're going to see her covered in syringes in an alleyway like it's fucking Nightmare on Elm Street 3. And now we're here in the Ice Hotel. Sure, Ice Hotels are a thing. They exist. I'm sure there's some in Norway. It's just kind of a weird setting, isn't it? Like, suddenly we're in this the ice bar, the Ice Hotel. All right, look at these bar patrons. Knight Rider 27, Kai Wynn, and Wise Daniel 26. Part of Silent Hill canon forever. Yeah, the Shattered Memories bar is where we're at. So this is Carl's friend, Leo. Leo is apparently a recurring character. He's got like a full name and credit and everything in the voice cast and stuff that I showed earlier. So this is apparently like an important character. He's Carl's friend, and he's the owner of the Ice Hotel and also the bartender. This is again supposed to be a small like fishing or like it's a little village farming town in Norway, and Carl is the head of the Johansson family, which is supposed to be despised by everybody in the town, so much so that they were finding it hard to get an autopsy for his dead wife. Like, they really, really emphasize these people are hated and nobody here is their friend. So here's Carl's friend.
Another double?
Just leave me the bottle, Leo.
I can't do that in good conscience, friend. What's happened now?
It's Astrid. She thinks I killed her mother.
How could she think that?
She betrayed me to the police.
And now, Haugen's threatening to charge me with murder. Murder, Leo!
Can you believe that, Leo?
Won't leave us alone until she's charged me with murder.
Maybe you do need this.
I'm sorry, can we listen to how fucking stupid this dialogue is one more time? I just want to emphasize how poorly written this is.
Haugen's threatening to charge me with
Haugen's threatening to charge me with murder.
Murder, Leo.
Murder.
I just know Hogan won't leave us alone.
I just know Hogan won't leave us alone until she's charged us for murder. He's like, how many times does he say
Can't
it?
do that in good conscience, friend. What's happened now?
It's Astrid.
It's Astrid.
She thinks I killed her mother.
She thinks I killed her mother.
How could she think that?
She betrayed me to the police.
And now, Hogan's threatening to charge me with
Hogan's
murder.
threatening to charge me with murder.
Murder, Leo.
Murder.
I just know Hogan.
I just know Hogan won't leave us alone.
Maybe you
charge us with murder. Murder, Leo. Can you believe it? She's charging me with it. With murder. Astrid thinks I murdered Ingrid. And Hogan's gonna charge me with murder. And now she won't rest until she's charged me with murder. Give me that bottle, Leo. I should be the one drinking here, not Carl. I'm the one trying to make sense of this fucking bullshit. What the fuck is this guy doing? What's cameo bar patron number 2 doing? What's Wise Daniel doing back here? Did his hands just like clip through each other? Okay, no. He's just like rubbing his hands while he sits on the ice chair. He's cold. Yeah, good point.
Maybe you do need this.
He looks like he's eavesdropping. Yeah.
The thing is, I think someone else did it.
Who?
Why would you whisper that part? You're trying to prove your innocence. You yelled, Detective Hogan's trying to charge me with murder like 5 times in a row. And then you whisper, make sure nobody hears this part, I think someone else did it. Detective Hogan's not going to rest until she charges me with murder. But it wasn't me.
I don't know. There was something on the farm that night.
Have you told Hogan this?
She'd think I was crazy.
Carl, you have to tell the police immediately. If you don't do it,
you have to
will.
call the police.
I've got a friend down at the station and...
I don't think I should make more trouble.
Any more than you're already in.
I just wish Ingrid was here.
No, you don't. You fucking killed her. You hated her. It's in the plot that you hated her. Everyone hated her. No one wants her around.
She didn't know what to do.
She'd tell you to listen to your friend.
Take it. It's good scotch. It deserves to be savored, not wasted on a wreck like me.
Don't let that Hogan intimidate you. Just tell her the truth, and you'll be fine.
All right. Also, it's really minor, but the whole interaction is just so awkward and unnatural. Like, Carl sits down. He seems stressed. Leo's like, let me give you another drink. Carl, so Leo, bartender, is like, you look like you're stressed. Let me give you another drink. Like he's offering him more drinks at the start of the scene. And then Carl is like, oh, just leave the bottle. You know, I'm just going to need the whole thing. And then Leo is like, you know, I can't do that. You're my friend. So it's like, wait, you were just offering him a drink. And then he was like, yeah, I'll take a drink, many drinks. And then you're like, whoa, you know, I can't do that. And then at the end, right there before the scene ended, Leo's like, here's another drink. He goes to give him the bottle. And Carl's like, no, you keep it. Don't waste the good scotch on me. What? What? Like every aspect, this is what I mean. This is why I have to watch these things like 3 or 4 times and take notes to figure out what the fuck is going on, because everything is wrong. The dialogue between the characters is wrong. The animations happening and the stuff going on in the background is weird. And then the interactions between the characters, if you're not paying attention to the dialogue and you're just looking at how they interact with each other, it's so fucking weird and awkward. Like every aspect of it is a different kind of weird and wrong. The dialogue, the animations, the interactions, like everything is a different kind of wrong. So when you're trying to like sit here and piece this together as a story, it's so fucking hard to follow. And you're supposed to keep track of this with like 3 to 5 minutes of content per day, every day. I'm losing my fucking mind, and it's only been 12 days. They expected people to be legitimately interested enough to follow this for 8 months. 8 months! Daily. Okay. Next episode, do you trust me? The answer is no.
Hello?
Yeah, Anvil and Owl Waxer. Making their debut appearance in Silent Hill canon. Look at these shadowy figures. I like how they're described as shadowy figures and they're just create a character avatars standing outside the windows. Like they're not menacing or shadowy or anything really.
Are you okay?
That stock ass fucking door sound. So she's been having visions of like literal monsters and stuff, the dogs and the other things, but now suddenly she's upset that 2 normal, like relatively normal looking people are like banging on the windows, the shadowy figures. And that upsets her more than the monsters.
We need to do the ritual as soon as possible. It's getting worse.
Have you decided who will be helping you perform the ritual?
I want Krista to do it.
What?
Yeah, get
I want
fucked,
you to
Krista.
perform the ritual on me.
Rachel, I'm...
Even Krista seems surprised. Even Krista is like, what? You didn't pick Eric? It's like a response to the community. You voted for more Krista screen time?
I'm not trying to be an asshole here, but are you okay?
Yeah, we don't agree on much, but maybe that's what we need. Sometimes a little friction can be a good thing.
Okay. Fine.
Now, if that's all, I'd like to speak to Rachel alone. Rachel, during our investigation into Joy's death, you seemed uncertain of things.
Well, between Joy and the visions...
So this was the doubt. Rachel doubting herself, being unsure of her decisions. This is one of the community choices that supposedly changed the way certain things play out.
Don't be. I spoke with Xavier. He told me your story. You've overcome a lot. You can stop.
Tell us. Tell me. Tell me the fucking story. I'm glad that Xavier explained the backstory of Rachel's history to you. Could I have been there? Could someone have snuck a fucking tape recorder under the door? Because, man, that sounds like some plot that would make me give a shit about what you're saying right now. And instead, it's off camera. It's off camera. Xavier told me all about you. Cool. Shouldn't the audience know? The people who are deciding your fate? The ones who are supposed to choose what happens, where the story goes? Could we have that backstory? No? All right, cool. Great. Let's move on.
All of this. You are special. I just need you to believe it. Good girl. Now then.
Now
tell
bark
me
like a
more about
dog.
Your daughter.
Okay. So I think this is supposed to be creepy foreshadowing, right? I was so thrown off by the good girl comment when we watched this before that I wasn't paying attention to the dialogue and the very obvious music sting right after. So we'll go through that again.
Now then, tell me more about your daughter.
She sounds super interested about that. Tell me more about your daughter. And then we get the creepy music sting. And Rachel looking out the window. So clearly, the kids are important. I mean, they're voiced by the CCO's children. Jacob Navoke is the CEO. Directly under him, Chief Creative Officer Stephen Bugai, his children, his 8-year-old son and teenage daughter, voice the characters of Orson and Faith. So clearly they're going to be the most important. So now we've got Barbara, head cult lady, kind of starting to hint at that. Like, tell me more about your daughter. There's this withering going on. There's problems going on within the cult. Let me know about that daughter of yours. So they're definitely going to do something with that.
The house is so quiet without Orson here. You really were serious about keeping him away from me.
Yes. And it will remain that way.
Wonderful interaction. Wonderful, wonderful interaction between this daughter and her father, whose relationship has been strained ever since the death of his wife, her mother. So much so that she now fears for the safety of her son Orson and won't let him be around her father anymore. And when they have a conversation about this, the dialogue is, "You sure were serious about keeping your son away from me." Yes. That's the real dialogue.
You really were serious about keeping him away from me.
In the flattest, most emotionless tone possible. Swear she has to be an AI voice? There's a credit. These are actors and actresses with IMDb pages and previous credits. Not a lot, but not like nothing, not like AI. See, there she is. Astrid Johansson. It's Trudy Oyrers. I don't know how to say names or anything. I'm completely ignorant when it comes to the Norwegian language and names. but it's not AI. It's not AI. There's a credit. Although I still suspect that it's AI enhanced. I think it would be realistic to think that they recorded a lot of their dialogue with actual actors, but not all of it. Some of the branches maybe needed a couple of words or sentences that are a little bit different than what they had them record in the booth. But at the end of this project, they would have several hours worth of recording of each of their actors. More than enough for you to feed it into an AI program and generate any additional lines and words that you didn't get the voice actor themselves to say. Which is why we have times where, like, Carl doesn't sound like Carl. It sounds similar, but it's different enough that I'm like, that sounds like a different person. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's AI enhanced. If they went in and recorded a lot of the dialogue, but certain lines and stuff, they didn't get the actors to record all of it. They made changes along the way, or they had to, didn't get to it because of budget or scheduling or whatever. And then they have like, well, we don't have the right line, but we have 4 hours of Trude reading dialogue in a booth. We can just put that in an AI and get her to say, I turned over the syringe. Everything else is the actual voice actress, but then you'll have like the line you forgot to get or the word you forgot to get. Do that with AI. That would explain why a lot of stuff is weird and awkward sounding. Like, I don't know. Maybe. Allegedly. Sorry, that's the word. Not maybe. Allegedly. We got to put that in there for the lawyers. Let's continue.
And it will remain that way until...
You're sure I'm innocent?
Have you thought about what you're going to tell Detective Hogan about what happened to Mama?
I'm sure you have an opinion.
I think you know what I'm going to say.
You want me to confess to a crime I didn't commit?
I want you to tell the truth.
I talked to Britt. Told her what happened.
Is she coming back home?
I begged her, but...
What's with the music on this scene?
So angry.
The music, the tone of the music, like the dialogue is so flat. And it's already distracting because the dialogue is so weird and so flat, and it's just nobody's saying anything new. But then listen to this fucking weird circus music in the background.
Is she coming back home?
I begged her, but she's still so
meow.
angry. I think it would mean a lot if you reached out.
I doubt she would listen to me. She hates me almost as much as she hated Mama. It just makes me angry, Her mother is dead, and her own father has to beg her to come home. Maybe I'll call just to give her a piece of my mind.
So
Please
we're getting bits and pieces of information about Astrid's sister Britt, Carl's other daughter. She hates Astrid almost as much as she hates their mom. So again, keeping in line with the everybody hates the Johansons, even the Johansons hate the Johansons.
We've all been through so much already.
I just wish she hadn't left us when she did. But I get why she did it.
Maybe tell her that.
Maybe tell us that. Why did she leave? You've told us about this character. She obviously left before Ingrid died, so that wasn't the issue. She'd already been gone for a while before that. How about us? Tell us. Maybe tell us that. Maybe give us something. Something to inform us and make us give a shit about these characters and this story, to want to be here every day to see it 5 minutes at a time. Because that's the whole thing. That's what this is supposed to be.
She would appreciate it.
I don't know. She'd probably think I was patronizing her.
Try. For me. Your mother. I just want to see you sisters close again. You'll regret it if you don't.
That's for the community to decide, Carl. He stood up. What are the music stings? The music like never seems to coincide with what's happening on screen. There's just random like horror stings thrown in when nothing happens. Carl stood up. Soaps and suds.
Eric!
So Toby came to talk to Eric to try to get some more information about what's going on in the cult. He's also going to get Dreyer jump scared. Oh yeah, the camera is like so awkward. This is the one. Did it already happen? Was it there? Or is it after this? I think it's after. Where the camera bumps into a wall. Yeah. Keeps hearing Joy's voice.
Toby!
Toby?
Toby, what did you do?
I wanted to talk to you.
About what?
I need your help.
Yeah, sure.
I heard there was some kind of meeting at the Foundation.
You know I can't talk about that stuff with you.
Please.
Can't give you any of that information. You know better. Also, I've got something else really quickly that's not exactly story related to talk about, but still kind of relevant. My words. This game, this series, whatever it is, I swear my brain is fucking melting more than it ever did playing Book of Memories. Check it out. This is a poster, a real poster for Canada, showing the Rocky Mountains. It's like something that you'd find in like a tourist, souvenir shop near the Canadian border. And they are in Pennsylvania near Lake Erie. So Canada's quite close. Something like this would make sense in the environment. So that's why, let's see. Whoops. Technical difficulties. There we go. That's why you can see there in the background, behind Toby's big fat head there, that same Canada poster. Now that's a real poster. Like I said, it's something where there's an attributed artist. I'm sure it's got copyright and license around it as far as being distributed and things like that. I don't know. I can't speak. Maybe they got permission to use it, but it shows up multiple times in a couple of episodes. It's just kind of a generic background thing to most people, but that is a piece of artwork that they would need to get permission to use. It's not just something that they made. So I thought I would point that out. I can't say they stole it legally. I don't know. I don't have that kind of evidence, but yeah. Why use AI to change the voices when you can just use AI for landscape? But that's the thing, it's not. If they did just generate or have their artists, it's just a background poster with the Rocky Mountains and it says Canada. They could have made their own version of that to legally use, no problem. And instead, it's something that's real. It's a poster that actually exists, that has an attributed artist and a source and a license and everything behind it. So I really doubt for something that's just a little background asset like that, that they didn't just steal it. Allegedly. Allegedly. We're not saying that they stole things and put it in their product to make money. We're just alleging, we're curious, we're discussing it. We're thinking there might be some shady asset stealing when it comes to this game. And we've seen in data mined artwork things that are internal, that are not necessarily in the live version of the game, but are in the game files. We've seen stolen artwork. Allegedly. A lot of different artwork from artists that are not credited in any way, shape, or form have their artwork in the internal files for Silent Hill Ascension. Just thought we would talk about that for a moment. Let's get back to what Toby is saying to his best friend Eric.
I think it has something to do with Joy.
I don't know, man. Rachel's not good.
What do we have to do? Beg?
It might be in the Creative Commons.
Look, man.
Yeah.
I'm not in a good place right now. And you're the only friend
there was the camera.
Left. So just, please. And you're the only friend I got left.
There's the camera shot.
Beg?
Look at this camera. It's like they had a dolly. If this was shot with real live actors, you would imagine the camera being on like a dolly track and panning from left to right, or trucking from left to right to follow and get this shot. And it looks like someone like hit the wall. It looks like the cameraman bumped into the wall, like it was closer to him, but it's animated. It's all just there. Artists supposedly put it all together, which means every single little piece of a camera angle and anything like that is intentional, right? Pan.
Look, man, I'm not in a good place
bonk.
right now. And you're the only friend I got.
What is that? Why do that? It's a very minor thing, but I watch a lot of movies. I watch a lot of like behind the scenes stuff. I know how movies are made, and this is the kind of stuff that stands out to me.
Not left. So just, please, help me out here.
Okay. But
please help me out,
man.
Toby's begging
anymore.
for information from Eric.
There's this ritual they're asking Rachel to prepare for.
What kind of ritual?
They don't tell me much.
When is it?
Tomorrow night.
Thanks.
Wait, what are you gonna do? Toby! Toby!
You fucked up, Eric.
Rachel, the Foundation, it's never-ending goddamn fog.
I just realized in the background there.
Rachel.
Yeah, that's a police cruiser. We got this little gas station here. And I think that's the first time we see police. We've seen like detectives with Detective Hogan and stuff, but this is like the first implication that there's even police, because someone was asking like, wouldn't the police be investigating Joy's death? And like, yeah, I guess maybe, but they're probably either working with the cult or the cult just covers everything up before it ever gets to the police. How's everyone playing this game? When I look it up, they just have a website. It's not a game. It is literally just through the website. It's all just on Ascension.com. There's also a mobile app if you want to do it on your phone, but It is just the website. It's not an actual game.
Foundation. It's never-ending goddamn fog.
Man yells at fog. That's where we're at with Silent Hill in 2023. Toby is just yelling at the fog. Stupid fog. Once again, he's hearing delusions of Joy's voice. Oh, this is our Nightmare on Elm Street 3 sequence. So if you didn't get that Joy was a drug addict from the very subtle pill on the ground visual earlier,
It's not like you've never seen this before.
here she is puking her guts up, covered in syringes.
No. You were too drunk to even help me.
What do you want from me?
Answers. Justice. Blood.
All right.
It should come to no surprise that we found puncture marks on your wife's body. The syringe Astrid turned over to us had traces of morphine. I spoke with Ingrid's doctor.
So now we're seeing Carl get interrogated, and this was another community choice. Like, what does Carl say to Detective Hogan? Like, does he admit that he killed Ingrid? Does he say that he saw something in the window? And the community voted on seeing something in the window. Whose cigarette is this? Does Carl smoke? Does Hogan smoke? Have we seen anyone smoking a cigarette yet?
She was never prescribed morphine. How did you get it, Carl? Did you steal it from the hospital? Your daughter's lab?
There was someone or something in the house that night.
Carl never answers questions. Every single time Astrid has asked him, like, straight up, did you have anything to do with Mother's death? He never, ever confirms or denies it, probably because it has to be written around the community deciding. Same deal here. She's asking him a very direct question. Whether or not you did it is still up for discussion. She just wants to know, where'd you get the morphine? Morphine's not an easy thing to get. Where did you get it? Did you steal it from the hospital? Did you steal it from your scientist daughter's lab? And now he's like, oh, I saw a monster in the house that night. This is another one of those things where it's like, yeah, the community chose that, but you never know the context of how the character is going to go through with the decision that the community has made. So even if you're voting for something that you think you know how it's going to turn out, they can just kind of do whatever they want with it. Because in the context of, like, Carl tells the truth about the monster that he saw to the detective. To a lot of people, that sounds reasonable. Tell the truth. It's what he saw. It's what we saw. Why not tell the detective that? But they don't tell us that Carl's going to say this as a way of deflecting another much more important question, which is, where did you get the morphine? So it's so stupid. Like, even the choices that you're supposedly making, if they're having an influence on anything, you have no context when it comes to the story. You have no context when it comes to the characters or their motivations to inform the decisions of the choices that you're supposed to be caring about, that you're supposed to be making. And even if you care about it, and even if you give a choice that you feel strongly about, that you want to see that character make that choice, it's always presented in a way that you have no control over. So it can always be manipulated.
I could see them through the bedroom window with Ingrid. They were...
These fairy tales again, Carl.
I don't know what I saw. I didn't want you to think I was crazy.
I don't think you're crazy. I think you're lying. And the only people who...
See, and you had the option to lie to her. You had the option to just straight up lie to her as part of the community choice. But I get the feeling that regardless of what Carl would have said to her, this is always how the scene will play out. It will always be Detective Hogan saying, I don't believe in what you're saying. I think you're lying. But I guess we'll just have to wait 4 months from now when they finish the first run through of the story, and then they do New Game Plus, where they start it all over again from the beginning, but with the first run through's choices grayed out so that we can see a different branch. That's a real thing that they plan on doing, that they think people give a shit about. They're like, people are going to love Ascension so much, we got to do it twice. Do the first run through and then do it again with different choices. Odds that they will actually do this? Right now, if I was a betting man, I don't bet very often. I don't gamble a lot. But if I was a betting man, I'd put money that this does not finish the first run. I don't think this will get from beginning to end of even one go around, let alone a second go around. I can see them shit canning this project probably within a couple of months. Because it's not cost effective. It's not cost effective to, like, all these interactive elements, the voting, the QTEs, the mini games, tracking all the accounts, like, that takes servers, that costs money. Like, all of this stuff is expensive to maintain, even as low quality and shitty as it is. Because the whole point of it is to make money back. They put in their initial investment, but they want to make money back off of people buying season passes and buying influence point bundles and shit like that. But if everybody drops this, they're not going to be making that. And there's no way they're making enough to continually maintain the upkeep for this kind of project for 6 to 8 months. I just don't see that happening.
Sorry to interrupt, but you need to see this.
Hey, speaking of whales, we got a cameo. It's good old Long Whale. I wonder how many cameo tickets Long Whale bought to make their glorious appearance in Silent Hill canon here.
Are you sure?
Yes, we checked twice.
Mr. Johansson, you are free to go.
How?
Your wife died of complications from her illness. We have no cause to hold you.
I'm free to go.
So again, they do this autopsy, I guess, information, and it comes back she just died of natural causes. Very similar to what the cult said about Joy. So maybe this is starting to hint that part of that same cult is here in Norway. I don't know. Like, is a cover-up also happening here? At some point, they're going to try to combine these two stories, because right now there's zero connecting elements between the Norway plot and the Pennsylvania plot. So maybe that's what they're trying to hint at here. Floating glasses. His glasses?
Are you sure?
Yes, we checked twice.
Yes.
Mr. Johansson, you are free to go.
How?
Your wife died of complications from her illness. We have no cause to hold you.
I'm free to go.
For now.
Get the fuck out of here, Carl.
Hey.
There's no way to do this like frame by frame No, they wouldn't be that generous. I have to talk about how bad this animation is. It was just as bad when they showed the first trailer, before they even aired any of this. And it's only become worse. Yeah, I got to go to the YouTube upload. Give me a second, because I do want to show this. Obviously, you can tell the animations are bad. Like, that's not exactly a big secret at this point. But really quickly, let me also link this playlist. So if you want to go back and watch, these episodes without supporting GenVid's official channels and stuff, there is a link there in chat to Francisco Relano Peña's YouTube channel, where all of these episodes of Ascension are being re-uploaded in 4K. It still looks like garbage, but it's, 4K. So, and it's a way to watch it without supporting GenVid. So, if you're ever curious about catching up on any of this and you don't want to install the app or support this predatory monetization or anything like that, you can always just watch it through a Reuploaders channel. So this was episode 2, part 10. No. Sorry, I'm trying to find the right episode here. It's not Spill.
It should come to no surprise that we...
It's not Painkiller. Part 8, Please Come Home. Okay. So here's the episode. Here's the start of the episode. We're going to get back to watching and analyzing this story, but I just have to show this fucking animation. Frame by frame, since we can do that on YouTube. All right. So here's the animation of Orson running up to kick the ball. Take a look at Orson's right foot. You go frame by frame. Look at how his foot is all like smashed together and bent as it starts moving forward. So this is usually when you have two different development teams. You've got one development team, Behavior, that's making these character models, but then you have a different development team, Senscape, who's doing the animations, the rigging onto a skeleton to make the character model move around. And when the character model doesn't appropriately line up with the skeleton in the animation that is supposed to be causing the model to move, it causes these weird distortions. So you can see that in the foot here. where it's distorted and not properly, the model is not reacting correctly to the animation that it's rigged to, the skeleton that it's rigged to. And then you can see it snaps into place as his foot comes into contact with like where the ground would be. So you can see the foot goes back to normal. And then as it moves forward to interact with this ball, to kick the ball, usually you would want to go through, if you're doing animations and things like this, you would want to make sure that the first frame, your contact frame, where the foot is going to initially hit the object and the object is going to start rolling and moving away. It's going to start an animation for its own separate self. Usually you want to emphasize that and show the model, you know, coming into contact with the object and then the object starting to move. You can see here, before the ball starts moving, the foot just clips right into it. Now it starts moving too late, where the animation is sort of like desynced, and the foot is now more than halfway clipped directly into the ball. So much so that it looks like the ball is in front of his leg. Like if we are looking at it from the camera perspective, it looks like the ball is closer to us than Orson's foot. You can see it just continues to clip into the ball. The ball doesn't move away further. It looks like he missed, yeah. But then as the ball moves away from the foot, you can see that it's just his foot clipped into the ball. So again, it's all over the course of like the first, you know, frames of this animation. But you have this weird thing going on with the foot being all bunched up and then snapping out. And then this weird connecting thing with the ball and it's just clipping in. Yeah, his knees. The more you look at it, like, it's so bad. It's so cheap looking. And these animations are full of this kind of stuff. If you actually stop and go through, if you're insane, let me preface this. If you're insane like me and you're willing to give Ascension way more time than it deserves, where you're going through all the animations frame by frame like some kind of psychopath like me, you'll notice that every single episode is full of stuff like this, where stuff just looks wrong. It's cheaply animated. It's badly animated. It looks so rough. Anyway, we'll go back to the app and finish watching. But I just had to point that one out because that's one of the first ones that I noticed because it was in the trailer. So when they released the trailer before Ascension even launched, that was one of the first animations where I looked at it and I was like, oh, this looks so bad. And sure enough. Sure enough. All right, here we go.
Hello? Hey.
You can't unsee it, can you?
Hi.
I'm sorry if I ruined this momentous occasion in the Silent Hill Ascension drama, but you'll never be able to unsee this now.
Hello? Hey. It's Astrid. Hi. I'm calling about, I heard you spoke to Papa about Mama. Britt?
Yeah. Papa told me what happened. I'm sorry.
Orson.
Okay.
Stay where Mommy can see.
Who's Papa? Papa is Carl Johansson. Carl Johansson is the father of this character, Astrid, and her sister, Britt, who she's talking to on the phone. And Astrid is the mother of the little child kicking the soccer ball around in horrible animations. That's Orson.
Not good. He just kept talking about how it wasn't his fault.
So, just a regular day? Passing the blame?
Anyway, I wanted to talk to you about a funeral.
Super Exponential, thank you so much for the sub. Very much appreciate that support. Thank you so much. Yeah. You can see the fog rolling in. They start, like, I hate that there's also ash, because, of course, if you're going to rip off something, why not something from the movie that pissed off most Silent Hill fans? But yeah, as the fog and Otherworld stuff starts creeping in more and more, they show the little bits of ash floating around in the air too.
I know you said.
But hey, it takes place in Pennsylvania, so I guess technically Centralia is not that far. Although this part takes place in Norway, so yeah, it's pretty fucking far.
I told Papa so I wouldn't have to tell you.
I understand.
You do?
Mama was terrible to you. I don't hold it against you for escaping while you could.
Escape? Like how I tried to drown myself in boosts and pills to forget everything?
Someone pointed this out to me, and similar to me pointing out the horrible animation, and now you can't unsee it. Someone pointed out to me this dialogue, and now I can't unhear it. She flubs her line. She fucks up her line. She says boost. Livlin. Very much appreciate the 3 months. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. But yeah, she the voice actress for Brit, they fuck up the take. And she says boost.
Escape? Like how I tried to drown myself in boosts and pills to forget everything?
How I tried to drown myself in boost and pills to forget everything? You think they're paying the actors every day to record new lines? Supposedly, I mean, even if this was as legitimate as they claim this is, supposedly it's all been animated and recorded already, right? It's not like they're bringing them in and animating it and recording it every day. They just have all the possible branches done, and they only show you the ones that are voted for, right? But I definitely get the feeling that in order to cover the dialogue for that many different branching pathways, they didn't record every single line with every single voice actor. They recorded enough to where they could AI train something to say a line or a word that's just different enough. They just need to change, one sentence or one thing to make the story choice thing work. But it would be a lot more effort to record everything. So yeah, allegedly, we have no evidence of this other than everything sounds weird. But yeah, I definitely think there are parts of this that are like AI enhanced, where they use a trained AI to mimic actors' voices just to say a couple of words and lines that they didn't get in the original recordings. I don't know.
Like how I still want myself in boosts and pills to like how I tried to drown myself
Boost
in
and
boosts
pills?
to forget everything? Like how I still want to reach for a bottle even at 3 months sober? I didn't escape anything, Astrid. And I'm sure as hell not coming back home to relive it.
Brit.
Just to point out, is that supposed to be a fountain in the background? Yes. This is a fountain. And it's about, you can see there's the ash. The fog is getting thicker. The ash is starting to show up. The Silent Hill movie is almost here. And the fountain is going to turn into a spooky fountain. it's going to be full of pitchforks. I'm not joking.
Orson! Orson!
Oh, spooky
Orson?
Silent Hill Otherworld.
What the hell is happening?
It's just like Silent Hill. There's razor wire and red. Everything is so muddy I can't see anything. It's just like Silent Hill. And here's your fountain full of pitchforks.
Orson?
Oh, sorry, there's some scythes. There's also some scythes in there. It's pitchforks and scythes. This might be a shovel.
Orson!
Oh my god, it's a monster! Some more really awkward animation here from that was also in the trailer. This scene of the monster walking towards Astrid. This was used in the trailer. And the feet like slide along the ground. There's no weight in the animations, and they're not timed correctly with how quickly the camera is traveling forward. You're supposed to get the impression that it's walking on top of the ground, and instead it just sort of looks like it's awkwardly sliding. It even clips into the ground. It even clips into the ground. Where does this game take place? 2 locations. Stillvaden in Norway and Hope's Junction in Pennsylvania. It takes place not in Silent Hill.
You killed him.
Better it than us.
So we're in the other world. We're seeing Astrid being in the other world, not just like a vision, not just like a creepy thing happening, but she's like in the other world, and there's just a cameo townsperson named Lylene, who's just here, who's also here in the other world for some reason, with a baseball bat for some reason. And this is the first monster kill. This is the first time that we see a monster get killed by one of our characters in Silent Hill Ascension. That should be like a big thing. Think about like the first monster kill in Silent Hill 2, how much buildup there is to it. James finds the radio starts going crazy. He sees something moving on the other side of the blockade. There's like wooden planks blocking off a construction site, and he walks into the construction site. He thinks it's like a body on the ground, but then it starts getting up. It does all that, really nice camera angle where you kind of see what it is and then follow it up, and it follows up to James's face and you see his reaction. And then he pulls off a plank of wood from the nearby thing that he just climbed over, and that's his weapon, this random bit of wood with some nails in it. And then it throws you into the combat, your first ever monster kill in Silent Hill 2. In Silent Hill Ascension, it's a cameo character with a bat who's just there. That's your first monster kill. And it's basically off camera. You hardly even get to see it. You just see a bat awkwardly animated behind this creature.
You killed him.
Better it than us.
What? Where are we?
Yeah, cameos changing the Silent Hill canon. There's a lot of cameos that you're supposed to be able to get, a lot of opportunities for cameos. But damn, Lylene is the first one to kill a monster in all of Silent Hill Ascension. That's a hell of a thing to put on your resume, Lylene. I'm sure you can get a lot of use out of being the first person to kill a monster in a Silent Hill entry.
Have you seen a little boy?
I've seen lots of things.
Have you seen a little girl? Short, black hair, 7 years old. Her name is Cheryl?
Maybe one of them was a boy. Maybe not. Nothing's as it seems here.
What is that? That's Orson's.
So we see the same mysterious person from the very first episode. This is the first character of Silent Hill Ascension that we saw. So in the first episode, it shows you a scene in the Foundation, in the church, where there's this man making little Blair Witch dolls and recreating the scene of Joy's death. And now we finally get to see him again. 10 days later. or whatever the fuck this was. But this is a main character. This is Zane. Let me pull up the voice cast one more time, because he has a last name. And this is also the most prolific voice actor for this entire thing. Because going through the credits of all the actors for Silent Hill Ascension, most of them on their IMDb pages and stuff, they have like one or two previous roles, and usually it's like a short, you know, not like a big movie or a TV show. Some of them had like a couple little minor TV show roles, and, you know, not a very well fleshed out, you know, overall. Dude, I just need to keep this image ready. Voice cast. There it is. So Voyager, Zane Davies. That's who this character holding Orson's soccer ball is supposed to be. And he is played by Griffin Poitou, who had the most credits on their IMDb page compared to anybody else in this entire thing. So you might know this character or this actor, Griffin Poitou. He is Ganke Lee. I don't know if I'm saying that right. I don't know the new Spider-Man stuff. Ganke Lee from the newest like Spider-Man game. He does a voice for a character named Spitz in WarioWare Move It, which I think Rachel actually just got earlier today. So I'll be sure to go play WarioWare Move It after the stream and keep my eyes out for the character Spitz. Forlorn Memories, Mech Cadets, Atlas Fallen, Street Fighter 6. I love me some Street Fighter 6. This is Bosch, who is a pretty main character in the World Tour mode. Like he's got a lot of dialogue. He's part of the main like plot that's going on. He plays Jake, Yamada, and Mamoru in River City Girls and River City Girls 2. He's Shibata in Sword Art Online, the movie. He's Volkner in Pokemon. Soldier in Battlefield 2042. Tokyo Revengers, Naoto Tachibana. A lot of anime, a lot of video games. You can go and look up Griffin Poitou yourself and see. This is their big pull. This is like the most recognizable actor that they have on this entire project. And now we finally get to see this character. So, time for some dialogue from their most prolific actor on the project.
Maybe he knows where my son is.
How do you even know they're human? Here, take this.
I don't like weapons.
You'll need it.
What? Am I supposed to club him over the head? What if he knows where my son is?
You can go right up and ask for all I care. But I'd bring that if I were you.
Wait!
Yeah. I'm sorry. I love this fucking animation. Lylene just rolls in, kills a monster, gives Astrid her weapon, her bat, and then like runs off into the shadows like Smeagol.
What if he knows where my son is?
You can go right up and ask for all I care. But I'd bring that if I were you.
There she goes.
Wait!
It's so bad. It just looks like shit. Everything is so fucking bad, dude. I've played horror games that were made by one person that were better than this, that were way better than this. And this has like hundreds of people working on it.
He knows where my son is.
You can go right up and ask for all I care. But I'd bring that if I were you.
Wait!
Wait. All right. We'll have to wait until next time to hear Zane say words.
Are you coming home then?
Not while my condescending asshole of a sister is there.
So now we cut back to Carl talking to his daughter Britt, Astrid's sister, because Britt refuses to come back home for the funeral of Ingrid.
Telling me how she gets me.
She's just trying to reach out to you.
Where was that when I was in rehab, Papa? Look, maybe you can come visit me after the funeral. After things have calmed down. Papa? Are you there?
Yeah.
Okay, so we just saw Astrid transition into the other world, right? The fog gets thicker. The ash from the Silent Hill movie starts showing up everywhere. So now we're seeing this happen around Carl. And guess who's going to be the first one to show up? Remember the character who I pointed out how weird she is and how she doesn't have a last name in the credits and how I suspect that she's not real?
I'll call you later.
She just fucking strolls in from around the corner holding a gun while otherworld stuff's going on.
Eva?
You should see this.
What is that?
I think something fed here. There's something out there, in the woods.
Did you see something, Eva?
You've seen it too.
Where did you get that gun?
I thought I should protect myself.
This is the first time Carl even brings this up, like seeing monsters and checking with someone else, like, did you see this too? Why not say that to Astrid? Why not say that to your daughter at some point? Because she has also seen things now. That feels like something that you could maybe like connect on. That maybe she wouldn't suspect you so much of murder if you're both like, oh, hey, you're seeing weird stuff. I've also been seeing and experiencing weird things. But he doesn't mention it until he's talking to Ava here, who probably isn't even a real person.
I was hoping you'd show me how to use it.
Your mother would kill me if she found out. I should take it away from you.
He keeps saying this too. Like, they keep mentioning her mother, but we have no name. The character doesn't have a last name. She doesn't have a last name in the credits. When we first saw Ava, when she very first showed up in the series, she was just sitting on the couch and Carl was like, "Oh, Ava, why are you here?" She says, "Mama kicked me out. Can I stay here?" And that's it. So they've mentioned her mother a couple of times now, kicked her out, and, you know, saying, "Oh, she'll kill me if she found out that I taught you to shoot or use a gun." But we still don't have any other context for anything about this character.
Should take it away from you.
She hasn't seen what we've seen.
I'll think on it. I said I think on it. Now go on home.
And that was a community choice that was determined in tonight's episode. We saw the outcome. Will Carl take the gun from her or teach her how to shoot? The community voted to teach her how to shoot. So eventually we'll get to that when we get to the episode that aired today.
We are here to bear witness to our beloved sister Rachel.
Meanwhile, back in Pennsylvania, we're here with the Foundation. Rachel has chosen to perform a cleansing ritual to prevent the withering with her fellow cultist acolyte, Krista, even though Krista and Rachel don't get along.
Who has come to spill her blood, not just for those gathered here, but for the sake of all in this town.
The withering ends tonight.
Evil dies tonight.
Now, do you have anything to say before we begin?
I still don't know why Joy died, but my doubts, my lack of faith, have put us all at risk. So tonight, I submit myself to the Purifier's.
So again, this is, when you're watching this live, there's little pop-ups normally here at the top of the screen that are telling you like why you're watching a scene, like what choices led to this. And the choice that you made in like episode 2 or 3, like day 2, day 3, was, you know, whether she feels doubt or not. So now we're still seeing supposedly like the ripple effect of that decision, which is why she's saying all of this stuff about doubting herself at the start of this ritual.
Cleansing judgment.
Are you ready to begin?
Yes.
You know what happens if the Purifier judges you unfavorably?
You saw what happened to Joy.
Then who have you chosen to perform the ritual?
I ask my fellow acolyte, Krista.
And that's the first time I think we hear them say acolyte. So we're trying to like piece together the hierarchy of the cult, because they mention Eric as being an initiate. He's like brand new. He just joined. Whereas Rachel and Krista are acolytes. Xavier seems to be something above them, but not one of the elders. Yeah. And we get that line with Krista. I hoped it would be me. Well, the community voted for you, so you got to do it. Apparently, she's just really into being the one to cut Rachel's wrists open. And again, like, all we've known is that Krista doesn't like Rachel. We don't know how much she doesn't like Rachel. Like, is she just bitchy for the sake of disagreeing with, you know, Rachel's beliefs or whatever within the cult? Or does she legitimately, like, fucking hate her for some other reason that we don't know yet? We still don't know, but she's apparently super into being the person to cut Rachel's wrists open for the sake of a ritual.
It would be me.
Should someone be saying something? Toby!
You fucking murderer!
This is another one of those really terrible animations. And I might... do I pull it up? Do I go frame by frame again to show you this one? Similar to Orson kicking the ball? Do you guys care that much? Or at this point, do you want to take my word for it? But basically, the Molotov animation is faster than Toby's throw animation. So if you go frame by frame, you can see the Molotov is behind his hand. Actually, I took screenshots for my Discord earlier, so I can probably just show you the screenshots easier. Yeah. Whoops. Yeah, there you go. I took some screenshots. So you can see this is him throwing the Molotov. And you can see the outline of the Molotov is, and it's like already becoming transparent for the motion blur, like as it's being thrown. But his hand is in front of it. Like the animation of his hand moving forward to throw it was faster than the animation of the Molotov floating along through the air to look like it's in his hand and then being thrown forward. So the Molotov is like behind his hand throughout most of the throwing animation. And then once he throws it, let me show these other screenshots real quick. Now, once he throws it and actually lets go of it, you're going to see it here. So we're going to get this shot in a moment on the video where you can see the bottle is supposed to be here, like in front of Toby, after he's just thrown it, and it's supposed to hit the back wall and explode into fire behind Xavier right there. So right now it should be getting smaller. It should be traveling further away from the camera perspective and closer to the wall in the background. And you can see this frame. It's right in front of Toby. And then after that, you can see it's still in the same place in front of Toby. It's just rotated slightly. And then after that, it continues spinning and rotating in place until it explodes, which is a completely separate effect that happens behind Xavier, not where the bottle was. So again, these animations, a lot of people might not even catch them, because I go through frame by frame and look at a lot of this footage and see all these little horrible animation mistakes. And when you're watching it at full speed like this, like it can be easy to not see it. But I want to point these things out to you guys so that you can just see how cheap and shitty these animations really are. So take a look.
You fucking murderers!
it's one of those things similar to Orson kicking the ball. Like once you see it, you can't unsee it. Like how awkward this whole thing looks.
You fucking murderers!
And I was too busy to notice this the first time I watched it live, because we had just watched a pre-show where the developers were talking about Toby, and they were like, everybody loves Toby. Nobody wants to see Toby die. Toby's the everyman. Toby's the one that everyone can relate to. He's a regular guy. He wears flannel shirts. He gets drunk at the bar. He's like a normal person. He's your everyman. This is the episode that we watched minutes after the developers were like, here's Toby the everyman, kicking in the fucking doors to the church and throwing in a Molotov cocktail.
You fucking murderers!
I was too busy laughing my ass off to see how shitty this animation was.
Toby, what are you doing?
Yeah, Toby, what are you doing? And now we're just in Silent Hill again.
What the fuck is this?
And clearly everybody is seeing this and reacting to it. Toby sees it, Xavier sees it, Rachel's seeing it, Krista's seeing it. Everybody is seeing Silent Hill is now, this is now the other world.
Xavier? What's happening?
Eric?
What is that?
Judgment.
And the way they edit this, to make it seem like Toby was the one who got eaten by Vagina Face. What a cliffhanger. Tune in next time. Good Lord, the face on Toby. I mean, it's a pretty great facial animation, isn't it?
Judgment.
It's pretty good. Just look at the fear in his eyes. T-Rex85, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Very much appreciate the support. Thank you. And Nora, thank you so much for the bits. Toby, I said cast Fireball. Not that room is too small. I didn't ask for how big the room was. I said I cast Fireball. I appreciate the D&D humor. Thank you, Nora. Toby is the wizard in all of us. Or sorcerer. Or warlock. Is that shadow or mustache? What's wrong with his mustache? I think it's bad lighting and also bad looking character model facial hair. All right. Meanwhile, back in Norway, Astrid has been in the other world this whole time. Lylene, a character cameo, showed up and killed a monster and then gave her a bat. And she was like, oh, I see a man over there. He's holding the soccer ball that belongs to my son Orson. So Lylene, the audience member cameo, tells her, here's a bat. Go hit him on the head. Or don't. It's up to the community to decide. And then scuttled off into the darkness. And the community voted for Astrid to sneak in the shadows, to hide in the shadows, and watch the man holding Orson's ball. That's what the community voted on. So that's what she does here. So I mentioned earlier that the man in the fog that we're seeing here is a character named Zane, who we've heard Orson mention before. He refers to him as the man in the fog. And the voice actor for Zane is Griffin Puatu, who has done a lot of voice work. He's done a lot of anime, done a lot of video games. He is by far the most is the actor with the most credentials behind him out of everyone on the cast for Silent Hill Ascension by a long shot. This is the character with the most well-known actor. This guy. We're 12 days into the story. And this guy, well, I guess we were like 9 days in or 10 days in or whatever when we first saw him. This guy's supposed to be the biggest voice actor that they could get. So let's hear what he says.
Why are you following me?
Hey, are you okay?
That's it. That's it. 5 words. Why are you following me? And it's the most anime shit I've ever heard. You're telling me this guy does anime dubs? This is Bosch from Street Fighter 6? Why are you following me? Cool. And then we have our next character cameo. We already had the hero Lylene, who changed Silent Hill canon forever by being the first person in Silent Hill Ascension to kill one of the monsters. Now we've got another different cameo.
Okay.
Hey, are you okay? And then Astrid snaps back out of the other world.
What?
And is just standing here.
Is this your son?
Yeah, Horror Whippet. Horror Whippet is a part of Silent Hill canon. Look at the beautiful, beautiful character creation. The default orange ponytail hair that we've already seen on like 3 other cameo characters so far. The same thick black rimmed glasses. That's another default cosmetic that everyone has. The default facial hair that everyone has and can apply no matter what your character looks at or looks like. Just wonderful. Blends in perfectly with all these other characters. I just checked and there's only 260 cameo entries. Wasn't there over 3,000 after the show a few days ago? It just refreshed because I bought cameo tickets right before tonight's episode. And it said it was ending in, 2 hours or whatever. So that was a couple hours ago. So it must have just rolled over to the next day. And not that many people have bought cameo tickets so far. But based on cameo tickets, like everybody's most likely anybody who gives a shit about this and is interacting with it is probably getting cameo tickets. Usually probably buying more than one. And at most, these past few days, the cameo ticket window, by the time it ends, there's usually only about 3,000 tickets. Which means I would think there's less than 3,000 people interacting with Ascension overall at this point. They claim that there's millions of people logging in and experiencing Ascension every day. I'm guessing it's probably closer to around like 2,000 people at this point, if that.
He says you're his mother.
Orson.
This whole scene is also confusing. So remember, this is the town in Norway. This is Silent Valley, still Vaden or whatever it was called in Norway. And everyone in this village, everyone in this town is supposed to know who the Johansons are and hate their fucking guts. For some reason. We still don't know why. But it's been established that everyone knows who the Johansons are here and everyone hates them. So much so that, like, it was a struggle to get cops to investigate Ingrid's death. It was a struggle to get someone to perform the autopsy. Like, all of these things were difficult to get done because everyone in this town knows and hates the Johansons. So now we have this wonderful cameo here who is saying, hey, I think I found your son. He says you're his mother.
I found him wandering by the docks an hour ago.
An hour?
So he was wandering by the docks an hour ago. So Astrid's perception of time in the other world is completely skewed, which is, you know, sure. We're establishing rules for how Otherworld is supposed to work in Silent Hill Ascension, because it's obviously very, very different from any previously existing Silent Hill game where they usually put a little bit of thought into those kinds of things.
He was just here.
You didn't even know he was missing?
There was a man in the fog.
You're a Johansson, aren't you?
Boom. She recognizes. Our character recognizes Astrid. You're a Johansson. I know who you are. So why the whole song and dance of, I found this boy, he says you're his mother? What's with the dialogue? The first few things that she said. Yeah, man in the fuck. There was a man in the fuck.
The fog. There was a man in the fog.
I mean, there was a man in the fuck.
You're a Johansson, aren't you? I know about you and your family.
She knows all about you. Boy, I sure wish I did as an audience member 12 days into this fucking bullshit story. And you won't even tell me that. Everyone seems to know what's going on in the story. Except for the people who are supposed to be watching it and giving a shit.
I called Child Services.
Wait, what?
You were gone a while.
Called Child Services. This is probably my favorite plot point in a Silent Hill ever. It's just so funny. It's so comical. This is like the memes that go around where it's like, you know, why didn't Batman just call the police? You know, like there's memes. It's like a meme format, right? That's gone around where it's like, why didn't blank, you know, just do blank? Are they stupid? This is that, but made real. This is a real official entry into the Silent Hill franchise. And we have a character who's like, you lost your son for an hour? I called CPS on you. A social worker is coming to take your child away. Imagine if Sybil met Harry. Like, Harry woke up in the diner and was like, I just experienced a horrible nightmare. My daughter, she's missing. And Sybil was like, yeah, you've been sleeping in this diner for like an hour. Your daughter's out there? I'm calling CPS. Like, what the fuck? That's a real thing that's happening in the fucking plot.
Mama, are you mad at me?
Yes.
It was just a game.
No, Angel. I'm not mad.
Anyway, I'm sure they'll contact you. Given your family's history, I suggest you tell them what they need to hear.
So yeah. This character just knows everything. She knows all about the Johansons, knows all about their history. You better be honest with the CPS worker, because they're going to give you shit, because they probably also know who the Johansons are. So wouldn't you just, if the whole town hates them and the whole town knows who they are, wouldn't the CPS worker be onto that? Wouldn't this probably not even be the first time that someone tried to call CPS on the Johansons? Like, just to fuck with them?
I lost my ball.
That's okay, Angel. I'll get you a new one.
Are they gonna come take me away?
No, sweetheart. I will never let that happen.
The Withering.
Oh, God.
I love everyone just standing around staring at Vagina Face Monster. Chromatic aberration. More cameos.
Oh, God.
Alex Caliber and Sahil Bhatt as Foundation members. Toby is dead? No, he's not. They edited the cliffhanger of the previous episode. Last time we saw this, they specifically zoom in on Toby's face while you hear the monster noises. But as we can see, that wasn't Toby dying. That was Alex Caliber. Or Sahil Bhatt. I can't really tell.
What is this? I don't know.
Rachel! Rachel! Are you okay? You were screaming.
So yeah, Eric runs up like, Rachel, what's happened? You were screaming. What's going on? All these motherfuckers just saw it. All of them just experienced the same thing and nobody says anything. Because Eric apparently didn't see it.
Did you see it?
No, baby. I didn't see anything.
It was all in her head, but we know for a fact it's not. Oh, there's our other cameo with that classic default red ponytail and white t-shirt. We saw a cameo that was exactly like this earlier in the story when Astrid was at scientist job and there was red-haired, white t-shirted cameo who was like, maybe you should tell your son to not be so bad and bite kids. Maybe you should take his toys away. Then this is supposed to be a different character, but it's a cameo character that's exactly the same as that previous default model. So it just looks like the same person. He runs in with a fire extinguisher. I had to do a double take when I watched this back because I thought this was somebody running in with a flamethrower. Like, I thought someone ran in to make the fire worse. And I was like, what's happening? I didn't realize it was somebody running in with a fire extinguisher because of the effect. And like the edit to what's happening is so fast and so janky. It, to me, looked like someone ran in with a flamethrower and was making it worse.
Somebody help me! What the fuck, Toby? You almost killed us, man! You have no idea what happened here, do you? I knew that some fucked up shit was happening in here. But summoning monsters and shit? I'm not gonna be quiet about it.
No one will believe you.
We'll see about that.
Make sure he leaves the property.
Okay, so everyone except for Eric somehow just experienced the same thing. Like the ritual happening, the Rachel passing out, the monster showing up, eating two of the people or one of the people who was there for one of their other cult members. And now we've snapped back out of the other world into regular world. All of them have seen this. Toby just proved that he saw it and said exactly what happened and pointed out to Eric, like, you didn't see what happened. And the response from Xavier, from the cult, about Toby running in and throwing a Molotov cocktail at them in a room full of people. They were like, make sure he gets off the property. Make sure he gets home safely. The cult that just covered up like the murder of his sister. They're going to just let Toby walk out. Toby gets to go home. It's just a Molotov cocktail in a church. We've all been there. We've all been Toby. He's so relatable. He's such an everyman.
You fucking touch me.
Toby, he saw it too.
We all did.
It's spreading. I warned you about her, Xavier. I knew this would happen.
Krista!
Are you really still defending her? After everything we just...
Enough. Rachel was right. Clearly, we've missed something.
Radcliffe's teachings are clear.
Yet we cannot deny what we've seen tonight. Go home. Get what rest you can.
But Barbara,
we will stop this.
A withering?
Don't tell me to calm down. You all saw that thing, too. And let's not forget that lunatic who fucking fired. Don't tell me to calm down.
That's an Angela Orozco Silent Hill 2 line, isn't it? I'm trying to remember. I think that's what it is, word for word, right? She says, don't order me around. Don't tell me to calm down. She says, don't order me around. Yeah. No, I'm misremembering. Hearing the line made me think in my head, I'm mixing up two lines. I'm mixing up a line from Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill 3. Silent Hill 2, Angela has don't order me around. Silent Hill 3 has Heather saying, calm down. Feel like I'm going crazy.
You all saw that thing, too. And let's not forget that lunatic who fucking firebombed us.
Yeah.
That's enough.
You sent him home.
The withering has spread to us. The blight has to be stopped.
And what about Rachel? Is she blighted now, too?
Rachel has been chosen by the Purifier. She...
I don't believe this.
The source of the withering has yet to be found. Until then, we must remain united, vigilant.
And what about Toby? Whether we like it or not, he's in this now too.
Toby will continue to complicate things. He should be dealt with first.
This is the second character. Krista also said this in week 1. Like, he needs to be dealt with. And now we have Xavier. He should be dealt with first. Think they're going to kill Toby? Wonder if they'll kill Toby.
Kept on a tight leash.
He and Eric are friends. I can get him to talk to Toby.
They're friends. Remember all the times that characters said out loud that Toby and Eric were friends, and we haven't seen a single interaction between the two that shows that they were ever anything other than people who hate each other. We haven't seen a flashback. We haven't seen a remember the good times before you turn into an asshole. Like, we never got anything like that. Every time we see Eric and Toby, they are the furthest thing from friends possible. And yet we still have all these characters in the dialogue, like forcing, oh, they're friends. Eric should talk to Toby. They're friends. He punched him in the face. They're friends.
I can get him to talk to Toby. Get him to back down and lay low.
Good. Use their friendship to get him to see reason.
No. Toby is unpredictable. He's captive to his emotions. We need to keep him calm. Humor him.
Am I the only one who was paying attention?
Yes.
Toby thinks we summoned a monster. That we can control it. We can use that.
I'll talk to Eric.
So Krista's like, we're just gonna fool him. We're just gonna let him think that we're in control of these monsters. Also, here's that Canada poster. Once again. Like I said, this is a licensed piece of artwork. It might be in the Creative Commons. I'll have to do some more research into this, but this is like a real life poster that's kind of just been taken and slapped into the background. On, yeah, the generic beer sign. Some more wonderful dialogue delivery here. Rachel pointed this one out to me when we were rewatching this stuff and I was taking notes the other day. Toby does a really weird gasp here. I didn't pick up on it the first time. But then Rachel was like, what was with that weird gasp? And I was like, what? And I went back and rewatched it and I was like, oh yeah, it's kind of weird. Kind of funny sounding. Oh, I forgot about Captain. How did I forget about Captain Wacky? Another cameo, another Silent Hill Ascension fan making a cameo and changing Silent Hill canon forever. Good old Captain Wacky. My favorite Silent Hill character.
You really messed up this time.
You're paying for that, Sorelli.
It's not my fault. You didn't see it.
That gasp.
Running.
You didn't see it. I just want to watch it again.
You didn't see it.
Always running, always numbing. You can't keep running, Toby. It's your fault. All of it. Me. The mill.
It's not my fault!
Hey!
We're supposed to take this seriously. We're supposed to take this seriously. So now, plot-wise, this is now the second time that the mill has been mentioned. And again, nobody has said anything. There were like 9 days worth of content or some shit up until people started talking about the mill, like what happened with Toby at the mill. We know someone died there. We know that cameo person in the bar, their partner, died in the mill. And we know this is like a manifestation of joy, not actually, joy. So let's assume they're an omnipotent, all-knowing demon or manifestation or whatever. So it's not like they would be misinformed about what happened at the mill. We still don't know what the fuck it is. We don't know what the mill is. We don't know what happened at the mill. No one even started mentioning it until like 10 days into the fucking story.
The mill.
It's not my fault!
Hey, do I gotta call the cops? I'm sure
That
they'd love to get
fucking
the call.
zoom.
Finally put you away after that
His
shit you pulled at the
face,
mill.
the voice, it's just
Yeah,
comic.
you
It's
think
just
I forgot
comical.
about
Like
that?
it's comedy.
You think this town's forgotten?
Look, I'm trying to make it right.
You want to make things right? Forgotten? You think I forgot about that?
Yeah. And then more people talking about the mill.
You pulled at the mill.
The shit you pulled at the
Call
mill.
the cops. I'm sure they'd love to get the call. Finally put you away after that shit you pulled at the mill.
Cops would love to put you away, Toby.
Yeah. You think I forgot about that? You think this town's forgotten?
Look, I'm trying to make it right.
You want to make things right? Make peace with your past? You start by taking responsibility.
Who the fuck are you?
Apologize to the people you hurt.
Apologize? They should be saying sorry to me. Anything goes wrong in this
You're
town.
just Captain
so it's
Wacky.
Fucking Sorelli.
The grocery store clerk.
Even when I'm doing something right, it's wrong.
Mind your
think what
business,
you did at the
Captain
mill
Wacky.
was right?
I'm done being this town's whipping boy. I'll make peace with my past by doing what I always do. Telling it to fuck off.
Okay. Magical gun time. Here's Ava. We've got another scene of Carl and Ava. Again, everything's foggy and weird whenever Ava shows up. We never see Ava talk or interact with anybody except for Carl. And they specifically went out of their way to show you, like, here's where the gun is. Here's the gun, leaning on the wood pile over here, next to the barn.
Is that their grave?
Just remember this.
I found another one of those piles. Felt like I should give it a proper burial.
What do you think did this? I found a dead rabbit once. It was gutted head to toe. I didn't even recognize it, just matted fur and flesh.
Mm-hmm, cool.
So I scooped it up.
All right.
Took it home to study.
It's a little weird,
Mama was very angry with me.
but okay.
Maybe what killed that rabbit did this too.
The people around here don't like my family very much.
The community voted on giving this person a gun. Teach her to shoot.
This wouldn't be the first
I
time
agree.
I've been harassed.
I agree.
Why are they angry with you?
It's getting dark. You should go home. I don't think it's safe out here.
So you'll teach me to shoot?
I haven't decided.
The community had
it's not
still
safe.
had to decide. That's like one of the first times where someone directly confronts another character about something that's a community choice that hasn't been determined yet. and it's just flat out, I haven't decided yet, because they can't say anything about it. The dialogue has to be written around those community choices. This is just a problem with the format of Ascension, trying to let the community decide these really, like, supposedly big decisions that change your story without giving them any kind of context, without giving us any reason to care about who these characters are or what choices they make. And you have to write this really stiff, awkward dialogue where nobody can commit to anything. They can't feel anything. You can't get how Carl feels about teaching her to shoot or not, because they don't want to sway the community. They want the community to decide on that as a choice. So you wind up just taking away any sort of power from these characters. They mean nothing, because the community is just going to make them whatever they want to be. Not even what the community wants them to be. You're just making a blind guess at a choice with no context and no way of knowing how that choice is going to impact things. There's no way to care. if like none of you know me in my personal life, if I suddenly told you like, oh man, tomorrow my friend Hirimi is supposed to come over and hang out, but I already told my friend Yami that he could come over and we were going to go out drinking. What should I do? Some of you know those people. Some of you know the backstory and the lore. But for those of you who are new, who have no idea what I'm talking about or who these people are, if I put that choice in your hands, why would you care? Why would you give any shit? Like, you have no context. It's just somebody walking to you up on the walking up to you on the street and being like, what should I tell Cody? I don't know, man. Here's $1. Don't touch me. That's my choice. That's my decision. I don't know you. Get away from me. You can't care. There's no way to care about these people. There's no way to care about your choices. And it's all pointless. Like, that's the whole big gimmick of what this is supposed to be, is the audience makes a story, but you don't. You don't. You make choices. You throw darts at a dartboard in a room that's completely pitch black. And then someone comes in behind you and goes, oh, this is the choice they made. That's what they must have wanted.
Eva, get behind me.
We haven't even gotten to the magic gun yet. All right. Watch again. Watch again. We saw where the rifle was put. It was put up against the barn, leaning against a fucking wood pile. We see...
You said it's not safe.
Her hands are empty.
Get behind me.
Her hands are empty. Her hands are empty. His hands are empty. They're standing over here. The barn and the wood pile are behind them. It takes 3 seconds for her to get the gun. I counted. As soon as she's off screen. 1, 2, 3. He has come over here to check to see if the gun is there and get it to shoot at the monster that's coming out of the woods. And he's recognizing at this point that the gun is already not there and she's already holding it.
Eva, no.
This is another scene from the trailer, and one of the ones that I've looked at frame by frame, and the muzzle flash from her shooting the rifle and the explosion of the bullet hitting the ground do not sync up. You actually see everything like out of order, but it's only a couple of frames. So it's one of those animations where like it looks really bad if you go frame by frame, but if you're not really paying attention to it and it goes by kind of quick, you might not see it. But this is another really, really bad looking animation.
Eva, no.
So again, we're trying to figure out like the rules for what's going on. Like, when are people hallucinating? When are people having manifestations that are affecting reality? And we've seen Astrid in the other world get handed a bat by a cameo character. So it's like, okay, obviously people can see things and interact with things. You know, we saw Lylene, the cameo, kill a creature with a bat. And now we have Eva and Carl both here experiencing a creature, seeing one of these monsters and interacting with it directly, like shooting it. Well, she shot at it, and then Carl managed to shoot it. It's just weird. It's all over the place.
Go home, Eva.
But
I said go home.
Was this also the one with the lantern? This was also the episode with the flickering...
Is that their grave?
The lantern that looks like it's supposed to be like a traditional oil flame lantern that flickers like an electric light.
I found another one of those piles. Felt like I should give it a proper burial.
What do you think did this? I found a dead rabbit once. It was gutted head to toe. I didn't even recognize it, just matted fur and flesh. So I scooped it up. Took it home to study.
This wouldn't be the first time we've been harassed.
Why are they angry with you?
Very much. This wouldn't be the first time
There's
we've been harassed.
your oil lantern flickering like it's an electric light.
With you?
It's getting dark. You should go home. I don't think it's safe out here.
So you'll teach me to shoot?
Oh, spoilers, spoilers.
Blood.
There we go. Sorry, we're getting ahead of ourselves. We got to work our way up to ripping off Silent Hill 3.
Toby.
Also, more. This feels like Nightmare on Elm Street. The little sing-songy Toby and like the way this is all framed.
Toby.
What do you want from me?
Answers. Justice. Blood.
Same thing. Same thing that she said to him before. Word for word, last time we saw manifested joy. Answers, justice, blood.
Me.
Answers. Justice. Blood.
I tried that, remember? Look,
Yeah,
I'm
but you suck
sorry
at throwing.
for everything.
So it didn't work.
I was a shitty brother. I know that. I can't change what I did. What I didn't do. But I'm asking you to forgive me. Can't that be enough? Joy?
Hey, do you remember Silent Hill 3? Or Poltergeist 2?
What the fuck?
Is her head in its ass? Is that what we're supposed to be seeing? Because that's what it looks like every time I look over this. Is it supposed to be the monster putting Joy's head into its ass and then turning into Rachel? Like, look at this. Are we trying to human centipede? Which, again, there's a whole tangent I could go on about that, because everyone used to talk about Silent Hill Homecoming, which has a boss called Asphyxia, which looks a lot like human centipede stuff, even though Silent Hill Homecoming came out a few months before Human Centipede did. But anyway, what's happening? What's happening here? She coughs up a monster. She barfs up a monster. And then that sound effect. This angle and the sound effect, like, what is it doing? What's happening?
The fuck?
And then she's just bent over, just standing there bent over in with her head in the monster's ass, it looks like. And then the monster turns into Rachel.
Toby.
No.
Hello, Toby.
No. Stay away from me. Stay away from me.
And Toby just runs off. Stay away from me. Meanwhile, in Norway, Child Protective Services.
So sorry I'm late. Another client went over our time.
Oh, you must be...
Aurora, from the Barnavane.
So this is Aurora, the social worker from CPS. And she's voiced by the same actress that voices Barbara, the elder of the Foundation.
Sorry. I had an image in my mind of what Barnavane social worker would be.
Cold, cryptic, ready to snatch your child because you sneezed funny?
Something like that.
I know there are scary stories about us, but I find openness and kindness yield the best results. Now, can you talk to me about what happened when you lost track of your son?
It's my fault. I turned around for a second and he was gone. The fog was really thick that day.
There is an...
So this is another community choice that that you had. Like, what do you tell the the social worker? Do you lie? Do you tell the truth? Do you take responsibility? And the community voted on her taking responsibility. So that's why she's like, it was my fault.
It's my fault. I turned around for a second and he was gone. The fog was really thick that day.
Fog was really thick.
There is an awful lot of fog in this town. I had some trouble with it myself today. I'll consider that in my report, but that's no excuse going forward.
You get it, everyone? It's foggy. It's foggy. See, Dr. Grimm, you're like, how is this Silent Hill? There's fog. Everyone knows you can have Silent Hill anywhere, as long as you have fog.
You need to keep a closer eye on your child. Now, about the person who reported the incident. They said you were hiding, away from the...
Okay, I thought this was a problem with how the episode aired live. Like, whenever this is happening live, you would think, you know, there's problems with the system. Like, it's trying to process people's votes and load in a scene depending on stuff that people chose. And it's supposedly doing all that in real time. So you would think that stuff that is really awkward live could be cleaned up and edited a little bit nicer for the VOD, right? But listen to the audio.
They said you...
I thought this was a problem with switching to that next scene, like being chosen by that system, and that it broke the audio, but it's in the VOD as well.
You need to keep a closer eye on your child. Now, about the person who reported the incident. They said you are...
See, because there's like a very distinct music, like sound effect happening there, and it just cuts. It just hard cuts.
Hiding, away from the crowd. They said you were hiding, away from the crowd. Why was that?
So it's reported to CPS from the cameo character that called CPS that she was hiding from the crowd that was around the docks. And again, that was a community choice. The community got to choose what did Astrid do. But you didn't get this in that context. When you made the choice of what does Astrid do, she was in the other world. looking at a mysterious man holding her son Orson's soccer ball after having just been given a baseball bat by a random cameo character. That was the situation. That was the context that the audience had to make that choice. Do you go up and hit the guy with your bat? Do you just stay back and observe him from the shadows? And that's what the community picked, to stay back and observe him from the shadows, because that's a pretty reasonable thing to do in the context of the other world, in the situation that we were given, the information that we as an audience were given to make that choice. But then it affects this, that we had no idea, like, how this was going to be, that choice was going to change things and influence it. And it's more about this. It's more about how the rest of the world was perceiving Astrid during this whole thing with her son. So while we thought we were making a choice to like sit back in the shadows and observe the strange man holding the ball that belongs to my son, instead of that being the motivator for the choice, it winds up, well, that was the motivator for the choice, but instead of that being the better context for that choice, now we see instead it's like, oh, it's how CPS
They said you were hiding. Away from
it's
the
how it's
crowd.
reported to CPS how she
Why
was
was
acting.
that?
Hiding away from the crowd.
Obviously, that's ridiculous.
Lurking around in the shadows.
I was looking for him.
By hiding.
Well, no,
May I meet him?
Of course. Orson, can you come here, Angel?
Orson looks weird. No further notes. Just look at Orson stand up and walk. Like, look, these are not a child's proportions. It just looks like I don't know. It looks like a create a character from like the old Tony Hawk games where you could give him like big heads, like big head mode, and you just made like a really short custom skateboarder. It doesn't look like a child. It looks like an adult with the incorrect like scaling for the models.
It's nice to meet you, Orson. I'm Aurora.
I lost my ball.
Uh-oh. Well, where could it be?
I gave it to Zane, but he lost it.
That's his imaginary friend.
Now I don't have anything to play with.
Zane,
Orson,
the
you have
man in the
plenty of
fog.
toys. He really does.
It's 'cause I wanted to share with Zane.
Well, that is a very nice thing to do.
CPS worker writing stuff down because he was like, now I don't have anything else to play with. And she has to jump in and be like, Orson, you've got plenty of toys. But regardless, she's just writing shit down anyway. So that was an earlier choice from an earlier episode. How do you discipline Orson for biting another kid at school? And you had the option to give him a lecture or take away his toys. So give him a lecture was what the community picked. But now with that in mind, think about this discussion, this scene playing out if you had taken away his toys.
Boyfriend.
Now I don't have anything to play with.
Orson, you have plenty of toys. He really does.
It's 'cause I wanted to share with Zane.
So no matter what, no matter how you make that choice, the CPS person, the social worker, is just going to interpret this as like, oh, you're a neglectful parent. Your child doesn't have toys. Even though you didn't pick the option that was to like take his toys away. It still winds up coming back to that.
Well, that is a very nice thing to do.
Orson, why don't you play close by while Aurora and I finish chatting?
Why would you say that? Just stay right
Obviously,
here.
the Bonavana takes child neglect seriously. but I'm not interested in removing a child unless absolutely necessary.
I did not neglect my child.
I'd like to set a few more meetings to confirm things have settled down for you two. Maybe you can start with a gesture to show that his needs are important to you. He mentioned wanting a new toy.
He's always been drawn to my childhood dolls.
Time for some more clunky dialogue where characters lay out 3 decisions. It's been happening every single day, every single episode. All this horribly, like, clunky, unnatural dialogue that has to be written around the community, choosing how our characters are supposed to respond and feel based on nothing, based on no kind of context. So here you go. Here's a community choice that's going on right now. What doll is going to be given to Orson?
My mother ridiculed him for it, but I suppose with her gone, there's no harm in it.
He has to have some nice memories of her. Maybe a doll that helps him remember her fondly.
He's close with my father.
A doll that helps him remember
Maybe a little
Grandma.
hunter.
So Grandma doll is
Though I
one
never
option.
liked having him around guns.
Hunter
Even
doll
toys.
is the other, is
I
option
understand you're a
2.
Scientist?
Scientist
That's a wonderful
doll
thing for a child
is
to
option
aspire
3. Wow.
I try not to smother him with my influence. Bad memories from my mother.
Oh, it never ends. I'll be in touch soon to set a follow-up.
So it's supposed to be, you know, okay, here's this awkward, clunky dialogue laying out 3 choices for the community to decide from. And 3 distinct dolls, a grandma doll, a scientist doll, or a hunter. We're going to come back to this. Because really quickly, here's the preview, here's the snapshots for tomorrow's episode. So Eric is there, a clock is there, and oh, what's this? A little hunter. That choice hasn't been made. How would we have this little screenshot of the little hunter doll? Would you look at that? It's like a dead heat between Hunter and Scientist. I wonder if Hunter's going to win. What do you think? Do your votes matter? Oh my god, it's so close. They totally aren't rigging things to bait engagement. All you have to do is spend a little bit of money on some influencer point bundles.
Are you coming home?
And you could determine Silent Hill canon. You could decide how it happens. What doll is Orson gonna get?
Don't tell me to calm down.
I suppose with her gone, there's no harm in it.
He has to have some nice memories of her. Maybe a doll that helps him remember her fondly.
He's close with my father. Maybe a little hunter. Though I never liked having him around guns. Even toys.
I understand you're a scientist? That's a wonderful thing for a child to aspire to.
I try not to smother him with my influence. Bad memories from my mother.
Oh, it never ends. I'll be in touch soon to set a follow-up. Until then.
All right, see ya. Also, this is like the first time in what, like an hour and a half worth of episode content, like animated content. This is the first time that somebody's cell phone has rang and they didn't have a Silent Hill song as the ringtone. Because up until now, every time we hear a phone ring, everybody here in this world seems to have Akira Yamaoka's Promise Reprise from Silent Hill 2 as their ringtone. I'm not joking, by the way. In like episode 1, Carl's phone rings and it's Promise Reprise from Silent Hill 2. And then in one of the later episodes, when Astrid is being a scientist, her phone rings, and again, it's the same thing. It's fucking Promise Reprise from Silent Hill 2. It's just one of those weird little things. I'm sure they thought it was cute. It was like a cute, quirky thing. Like, oh, here's a little Easter egg. Let's see if anybody notices. And then I hear it and I'm like, oh. I love when terrible, shitty fucking things put in music and references to games I would rather be playing. Because, like, Downpour does that a bunch. There's like radios that you can turn on in Downpour and jukeboxes where you can interact with them and hear like little snippets of Akira Yamaoka songs from the older games, even though Yamaoka didn't do the soundtrack for Downpour. So this is nothing new. They're just like, oh, Silent Hill fans are going to love this. And from my standpoint as a longtime fan, hearing that kind of stuff is just like, wow, this reminds me that I would much rather be playing Silent Hill 2. We're almost done.
Good to be home, huh? So are we ever gonna talk about what happened the other night?
How did Toby know about the ritual?
Mommy, you're home!
Hi, sweetie.
I was scared today.
Oh, okay.
But then I remembered the girl in the stone castle.
The story.
That's good, honey.
You're watching this scene because the community chose for Rachel to read one of the Foundation's stories to her daughter Faith. Although when they showed that episode live, they showed the wrong scene. They showed the scene where Rachel lied and said they're having a sleepover. They had to go back and fix it for the VOD. And I went and compared just for the people who are like, oh, well, that proves that there's separate branches. I went through and compared the wrong scene that they showed during the live broadcast, because obviously I streamed it, so I have the archive. And then I went back and checked the VOD for the correct scene and compared them. They are exactly the same length, down to the second. And the scene starts and ends the exact same way. So basically those scenes are designed to be able to just mix and match and drop in to any, slot where they're applicable and not really change the overall direction of things. Like, it's a little bit of different dialogue. Barely. But yeah, because of the choice that the community made, you get to watch this, where she remembers things from the story that she told her. If you don't watch the VOD and you only watch live, this is going to be very confusing for you. Because you wouldn't know. You would never know that the wrong thing showed.
I was scared today. But then I remembered the girl in the stone castle.
That's good, honey. Remember, the purifier keeps us safe.
Really?
Go
No.
get your PJs on. I'll be in soon.
Okay.
Welcome to Walmart Telltale Games Silent Hill. So I've seen multiple people in chat over the course of this making, knockoff Telltale jokes. Dollar store Telltale, we have Telltale at home type of jokes. This is Telltale. Like, the people who make up GenVid, the employees who make up GenVid, are predominantly all former Telltale staff. It is literally Telltale. It's the same writers. It's a lot of the same people.
He begged me, Rach. He's in a really bad place. I had to tell him something.
That's exactly what makes him dangerous. He's taking advantage of you, Eric, playing off your empathy.
He just seems so desperate. kept thinking about when we all first met, how we were all friends. Maybe a part of me was hoping we could go back to that.
Oh, character development.
That's never going to happen.
Back when we all first met and we were friends. You know how they keep telling us how like Toby and Eric and everybody used to be friends? Wouldn't that be great? Oh, he's talking about it. This would be a great time to do like a flashback sequence. And you see everybody like when they first met and they're having drinks at the bar. And they're like, we'll never let ritualistic self-harm come between us. Right, guys? Right.
Yeah, I know.
Nothing.
I swear, one day
Nothing.
you'll let someone pull on your heartstrings so hard they'll rip your whole heart out. I need you to talk to Toby.
About what?
Get him to back down. Try to reason with him. Tell him he's going to end up hurting a lot of innocent people.
The last time you told him to go talk, the last time you told your husband to go talk to him, he ripped up the prayer that you wrote for him, and he punched your husband in the face. Why do you just keep telling him to do the same thing? It doesn't work. It didn't work before. Quit telling Eric to go talk to Toby. They're not fucking friends. I don't care how many times you force it into the dialogue where people say, oh, we used to be friends. Oh, we're such good friends. They're not fucking friends. They've never been friends. They've never acted like friends in the last 12 days that we've been watching them. Quit telling him to go fucking talk to Toby.
Give it a try.
You're an idiot. You're an idiot, Eric, and you deserve better. Hashtag Team Eric. Eric deserves better.
Don't try. Do it. People are depending on us.
Okay.
And don't tell him any more stuff about us. About the Foundation. We can't trust him.
He doesn't know anything anyway. He's an initiate. Oh, look at these cameos.
Finally writing that novel?
Something like that.
What the hell is this?
My testimony. Some reporter's gonna hear my story and finally blow the lid right the fuck off about
Your testimony. He's drawing pictures. He's drawing pictures of the monsters. Although I think the images are concept art. I think this is concept art that the devs showed us like months ago before Ascension actually aired.
Finally writing that novel?
Something like that.
What the hell is this?
My testimony. Some reporter's gonna hear my story and finally blow the lid right the fuck off about the Foundation.
Nobody.
So I guess, I mean, clearly this doesn't have any relation to Silent Hill. This is just a cheap scam with Silent Hill slapped on to try to sell it. But like, even if we're trying to make like a roundabout way to have this connected to like established Silent Hill lore, there would have been a great way to do it. There would have been a wonderful opportunity to do this. Because somebody having a crazy experience with the cult and then sharing that experience with a reporter, and the reporter then blowing up that news, you know, releasing it publicly so that suddenly everyone knows about the existence of this cult. That is Silent Hill 4. That is literally the plot of a character named Joseph Schreiber, who's a journalist who lived in room 302 before Henry Townsend, who was following the case of Walter Sullivan for years and published all of his findings on the cult. It's literally a plot point in Silent Hill 4. So Toby saying that out loud, like, oh man, I'm going to write up all this stuff about this crazy cult and give it to a journalist and blow the story wide open. That would have been a wonderful opportunity if you had people writing the story that actually played a Silent Hill game once. If they were even vaguely familiar with Silent Hill 4. This would have been the perfect place to be like, oh, just like that Schreiber guy. Didn't he write an expose on that cult out in Maine? Something. Give me something, Ascension.
Want your crazy napkin stories, Sorelli.
FBI was interested.
Next one's on me. We need to talk.
Buddy.
About what?
Friend.
How your wife's cult killed my sister? Or that crazy shit they conjured?
Whoa, bestie.
I know you're in pain, man. But going after the Foundation isn't gonna bring your sister back. If you keep this up, more people are gonna get hurt. Innocent people.
You think I care if anyone in the Foundation gets hurt?
That's a really great statement to make, actually. That's a really good question to ask Eric. You threw a Molotov cocktail into a crowded room that your best fucking friend that you're talking to right now was in, along with his wife. Why is this conversation happening?
Innocent people.
You think I care if anyone in the Foundation gets hurt?
You want my little girl caught up in all this, Toby?
You know...
You think if Faith was in that room, it would have stopped Toby from throwing the Molotov cocktail? Do you honestly think so, Eric? Do you think he would have given a shit?
For a minute there, you had me going, Hernandez. But words are coming out of your mouth, and all I hear is Rachel.
They're the words of someone who wants to protect his friend.
If we were friends, you would have left the Foundation as soon as you found out they killed my sister!
Or, you know, you would do something to give even the slightest hint that you two are friends or were friends. Usually that's the kind of thing that you can tell through, like, acting. You know, you don't need a character to say out loud 20 times that this person is my friend. This person is my friend. This person used to be my friend. So I can go talk to my friend. I'll talk some sense into my friend. Usually instead of having to, like, constantly repeat character's relationship and motivation by just blatantly stating it in the dialogue, we're friends, we're friends, we're friends. Usually, you just write dialogue where you can tell that people are friends. You can tell that people know each other based on how they interact with each other. They don't have to say it out loud. But that's really hard to do when your animations look like shit and nobody can show any sort of emotion. And none of the actors can emote well with their dialogue, probably because they also have no context to anything that their character is saying, because all they have to do is go through and record however many different dialogue branches to the point where it loses all meaning. Such a mess. It's just such a mess, man. From the concept to the execution to the dialogue and the writing itself, which is what we're mainly focusing on today. This is just such a train wreck. So fucking pathetic.
Come on, man. You know it's more complicated than that.
Is it? Or is that what your bitch of a wife tells you while she's got your balls in a vice?
All this coming from the friend who played off my sympathy and begged me to betray my wife?
Where'd the subtitles
Wake the fuck
go?
up, man. The Foundation's crazy shit. Balls in a vice.
Why'd my subtitles break?
All this coming from the friend who played off his friend.
Wait, they're on. They're on for this part. Subtitles are on. Are they actually just broken on this episode?
If we were friends, you would have left the Foundation as soon as you found out they killed my sister!
Come on, man. You know it's more complicated than that.
Is it? Or is that what your bitch of a wife tells you while she's got your balls in a vice?
All this coming from the friend
Yeah,
who
the
played off my
subtitles just give
sympathy
up.
and begged me to betray my wife?
They just give up.
Wake the fuck up, man! The Foundation's crazy shit is out now. I'm gonna make sure of it. And when things finally go down, I don't want you caught up in it.
Yeah, thanks for the concern.
What was that?
I mean it, Eric. You gotta wake up, man. Up in it.
Yeah, thanks for the concern.
What is that? What is that on the side of the screen here? There's like a fucking visual glitch.
Caught up in it.
Yeah, thanks for the concern.
It's a head. It's the bartender's head. The camera clips into the fucking cameo bartender's head.
I don't want you caught up in it.
Yeah.
Look, see? There's the bottom of the hairline and the neck. I can't believe I paused that on the right frame.
Up in it.
Yeah.
Boink.
Thanks for the concern.
I mean it, Eric.
It's not like people are actually controlling these characters. They might as well just be pre-rendered videos. How are there graphical mistakes in your pre-rendered videos like that? Like, somebody has to look at this and review it and say that's okay. If it's a video game where, like, you don't know exactly where the character is going to be standing or where the camera is going to be because the player is in control, I understand that kind of stuff fucking up cutscenes and stuff in video games. This is video game graphics, but no one is controlling these characters. They might as well just be pre-rendered videos. It doesn't matter if it's done in engine or after the fact. You're just watching a video. Just fix that. It's so fucking cheap and lazy. It's so bad.
I don't want you caught up in it.
Yeah, thanks for the concern.
I mean it, Eric. You gotta wake up, man. They're gonna get you.
Subtitles
and your
just
kid
gave
killed.
up.
If you can't see that, I'll make you understand.
God. All right. Almost done.
You want me to do what?
Almost done with the recap.
I want you to recruit Toby.
Into the Foundation?
That's right.
You want him here, after everything he did?
What I want is for you to have faith in me.
So now Xavier's brilliant plan is to invite Toby to join the cult. The cult that they completely hate. Like, Toby couldn't hate anything in this world more than this fucking cult. They ruined his life. Ever since that incident at the old mill, Rachel ruined his life. She's responsible for the death of his only remaining family, his sister Joy. Every time they've tried to extend any sort of hand towards him, it's met with hostility. Let's ask him to join the cult. Again, just to put this into comparison with, like, existing Silent Hill games. Imagine Silent Hill 3, right? We all know it. We all love it. Claudia Wolf, cult member, responsible for the death of Harry Mason, Heather Mason's adoptive father, her only family in the whole world. Now imagine the cutscene later when Heather tracks Claudia down into the church. If Claudia was like, why don't you just join the order? Yeah, we ruined your life. We killed your only family, but hey, you could also just join us. Fucking stupid.
What I want is for you to have faith in me.
What could I even say to convince him?
He's seen the Withering too. Convince him the Foundation can offer him protection.
He thinks we're the cause.
Offer him protection. He watched you fuck up a ritual, summon a monster, and the monster fucking killed one of you. Some random cameo member of the cult, but still. And you're supposed to convince him, based on the fact that that is what he has seen, you're supposed to convince him that the church can offer protection for this monster that, as far as he knows, they are responsible for summoning, and killed one of them right in front of him. Like, yeah, we can offer you protection from the monsters. Don't worry about the fact that you literally saw a monster kill one of our members. We can protect you. Just join the cult. We ruined your life. We killed your sister. You saw that we can't do anything against these monsters. Join us.
Then use his paranoia to your advantage. Feed it. Show him we can wield more than just words.
Wouldn't that just drive him away?
I know I keep pointing this out, but this is set in 2025. We see a calendar in an earlier episode that puts all of the events happening in September of 2025. And every single TV that we've seen in this entire show looks like they fucking have been saving it in an attic since 1979. Like, you can't even get these fucking TVs at Goodwill anymore. Trust me, like, if you're a retro gamer, you play any older consoles where you specifically need these kind of TVs, and you got to go and track them down, like, you can't really go and get these very easily anymore. Grandma's asset pack? Well, here's the thing. We tried to give him the benefit of the doubt because we first see these old ass TVs and shit on the farm, the Johansson farm in Norway. So we're like, okay, whatever. Carl and Ingrid are older. They're old farmers. They're not going to spend a lot of money on TVs and shit. So maybe they're just an old couple who has old stuff. Sure. Why not? My mom's in her 70s. She has flat screens. That's all I'm saying. But now it's every TV. It's like everyone. The Hernandez house, big fucking old TVs. The Foundation Church, big fucking old TVs. The science lab where Astrid works, big fucking old TVs. Everything has these old TVs. The 70s and 80s TVs, right? And here's the thing. You know why these are here. If you think about it, you know why these are here. I know why these are here. Because remember Silent Hill? Remember Silent Hill 1, 2, 3, and 4? Where everyone's got like big old TVs and VCRs and VHS tapes. But see, Silent Hill 1 came out in 1999. Silent Hill 4 came out in 2004. Where people still had those kinds of TVs. I didn't buy a flat screen TV until 2000. When did Dead Rising come out? What was the release date for Dead Rising? That was the year I finally bought my first flat screen. Uh, 2006. August 2006. I can very specifically say. So 2006. I had tube TVs until 2006. That's when I bought my first flat screen. I specifically bought it for Dead Rising on the Xbox 360 because the text, whenever Otis would call you on the radio, it was just text of like what you need to go and do. And I couldn't read that text on my fucking tube TV. So I was like, fuck it. Me and my roommate at the time, we were like, hey, I got my payday today. You got your payday today. Let's just go buy a new TV. That was the whole reason I bought a flat screen. I couldn't read the text in Dead Rising to know what to do. So until 2006, TVs and stuff that I had and played games on and everything looked like this. Again, 2 years before that, 2004 is when Silent Hill 4 came out. Back in 1999, that's when Silent Hill 1 came out. So the TVs and technology that's visual in those games, those assets are based on technology at the time and technology based on the time period that Team Silent set those games, around the 70s and 80s. They're very unspecific about timeline when it comes to those original games, but Masahiro Ito has said like Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 2 are based around like the late 70s, early 80s. So that's why stuff looked like that back then. Now it's just sort of being forced into the aesthetic of this as a way of being like, remember the old Silent Hill games where the TVs look like this? Even though there's zero reason for them to look like this in the context of Ascension, which takes place in September 2025. This is set in the future. It's not very far in the future, but this is set in the fucking future. Sorry. I'm going off ranting about these TVs. We're almost done analyzing the story of this. Let's just get through it.
Hey? He thinks you've wronged him. Maybe if you showed remorse for Joy's death, he'd be more amenable.
I don't know, Xavier. This doesn't feel right.
I'm not asking. I'm telling you.
I'm telling you to manipulate your husband.
Good. Don't mention this to Barbara. For now, at least.
And to recruit Toby into the Foundation. Oh, we get to see this beautiful axe animation again. Ugh. I'm sorry, I'm already so distracted by the terrible depth of field effect. It's trying to do this like depth of field thing where you're looking through the woods at Carl. But like, look at this. Look at how everything blurs around these objects. Again, if this is like live action and you're zooming in a camera lens, you know, you're trying to emulate that realistic depth of field focus effect. But when you're doing this with like computer visuals, especially in 2023, you should be able to achieve this effect. Silent Hill 3 does this effect beautifully, and that came out 20 years ago on hardware that is not even as powerful as the cell phones that you anticipate most people would be watching this on. And they can't even do like a depth of field of focus effect. See? Like this stuff starts to go out of focus and they're trying to bring this stuff into focus, but you get all this weird, like everything is not rendering correctly. And I noticed this weird ass axe animation when we watched it live today.
Men fan. What now?
Yeah, it just floats there. That'll be a fun one to go frame by frame later.
Eva, stop this!
What's with this lighting also? Making the models look all weird? Look at her hair color here. And then here. Orson in the house. Orson's in the house.
Eva, stop this.
If you won't do it,
Wait,
I'll teach myself.
I was wondering why I don't remember hearing that line, and it's because nobody says it.
Eva, stop this.
If you
Nobody says it. It just shows up. The subtitle just shows up. Nobody says that fucking line. God. They forgot to record it. And I guess they forgot to feed it into the AI as well. Oh.
Eva, stop this.
If you won't do it, I'll teach myself.
Eva, stop.
You don't know what it's like to be scared all of the time.
I do know. More than you think. I'll teach you. Now, take a deep breath.
Time to learn how to shoot. Person we still know next to nothing
Now
about.
Exhale. Slow. Now go on and squeeze the trigger.
Wonderful,
Good.
wonderful,
Now exhale.
exhale animation. You can really get the sense that the character is like tense and nervous and like forcing that breath out of her. Just look at this animation.
Slow. Now go on.
Completely unmoving. Completely stoic, unmoving face. While you hear her going,
And squeeze the trigger. Good.
Nailed it.
Good. The key is to aim for vital organs, like the head or the heart. One shot, one kill.
Good advice. Good advice. That's definitely like lesson 1. Lesson 2, I guess. She's never, well, she's not supposed to have fired a gun. She wants Carl to teach her to shoot. Step 1, inhale, exhale. Step 2, aim for vitals. One shot, one kill.
But that will take some practice.
Do we know who Orson is at least? Orson is this man, Carl Johansson's grandson, who has autism and talks to a man named Zane in the fog.
Can I go again?
It's getting late. You should head home. Oh, and don't tell your mother.
Thank you.
Isn't that Carl's gun? I thought that was Carl's rifle. And she just walks off with it. Barrel would be hot. Yeah, she walks off with it holding the barrel too. After having just fired it.
Thank you.
Fan i helvete.
Fan ta det!
Please, don't shoot.
Mette?
Now we have the introduction of Meta. She's mentioned once in the first episode, and then 12 days later, she finally shows up. Also, anyone who knows Norwegian language, if anyone can translate. Oh, also he has a gun. Yeah. Did we see him pick this up? Where's the last time we see his hands?
Faen i helvete.
He has it. He just has it. It cuts from the scene of Ava walking away to him running, and he's just holding it. Bentadeg, go fuck yourself, according to Google. Fuck you, according to Google. So I thought he was saying, like, don't move, or like freeze, or something like that. But he was just walking up and saying, go fuck yourself. Even better. Wonderful. Thank you.
Faen ta deg!
Please, don't shoot.
Mette?
I'm sorry about the window. I thought you still had a
Didn't people vote to not teach her? No, people voted to teach her to shoot. And that's what we saw.
spare key by there. Could you...
She looks so much like Ingrid. She looks so much like Ingrid. Straight down to the skull merchant hairdo. Thank you, Rachel. From Tazadul in the Discord. Shoutouts to Tazadul, our resident translator. Just gonna post here in case someone cares or is curious about the Norwegian stuff said in Ascension. The word they say the most, fen, F-A-E-N, is basically the Norwegian word for fuck, but not really. We use it in the same manner, but fen is actually the name of the old Norwegian devil. So when Carl said fen to deg, it's basically the same as fuck you, but literally means devil take you. All right. That might be significant. Either way, thank you for the more accurate translation. Very much appreciate that, Tazadul.
Oh.
May I come in?
Oh, yes, of course.
Do I
I'm
look
sorry.
like your girlfriend?
A little bit.
I feel like that's what they're doing. I feel like we're just doing Silent Hill 2 ripoff with Carl. Like, he's got a dying wife who's bedridden. The circumstances of her death are suspicious, and it looks like he did it. And now we're seeing Meta, the woman who his wife thought he was having an affair with. And she looks just fucking like Ingrid. She looks just like his dead wife.
Get out of sorts.
Tell me everything.
And that's it. That's your recap on the past 12 days of Silent Hill Ascension. That's the story so far. It's terrible. It's fucking terrible. But hey, we got some khaki slacks for watching and getting points and shit. Look at that. And you all said it wasn't worth it. You all doubted me. But then I'm the one here with legendary pants. Huh? Wait, they're gone. They're not here. They're not actually here. Let me refresh. Yeah, my points changed. Don't worry, this time, it's definitely not going to roll it back. And those legendary khakis are mine. Got it. So this time, they're not there. They're still not there. Nothing works. Everything is pointless. This is still garbage. It manages to continue to be garbage even more. At this point, it's impressive. I started off calling this whole thing, Silent Hill Ascension, pathetic. At this point, it's impressive. Day one, they showed me one of the worst things that I've ever seen. This project, the monetization, the poor animation quality, the poor acting quality, nothing works. The voting system, it's all a fucking scam, and nothing works the way that it's supposed to. Day one, that was the initial experience. And every day since, it's been worse. Something else breaks, something else changes, something looks worse, something sounds worse. It's impressive that it managed to be one of the worst things I've ever experienced, and every day that passes, it just somehow keeps getting worse. All right. That's it for me. But that's everything. That's all the recap of Silent Hill Ascension so far. And it's still going. We're still going to be here tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern. And we're going to watch what doll Orson winds up getting. Can't wait. Can't wait. But thank you all so much for being here. I appreciate you all hanging out, enjoying your time here. All the love and support, all the new follows, the subs, resubs, bits, everything that supports me and lets me continue doing this every day. It seriously means the world to me. I know Ascension itself is very frustrating, but I at least appreciate you guys being here so that we can kind of hate it together. It definitely makes it easier to bear, to deal with. So, thank you all again. I really appreciate you all being here. We're gonna go raid. We're gonna go raid somebody. But who? Bam, 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 bam. we're gonna go raid Ecdysis. A lot of you probably already know Ecdysis. He's been at many GDQs. He's one of the people who helps run the GDQ hotfix. World-class speedrunner. Speedruns basically every Silent Hill game. Even stuff like Book of Memories he does speedruns for. Along with a ton of other games. Super, super talented runner. Really, really entertaining streamer. And just a good friend of mine. So please go show X some love. And yeah, I will see you all tomorrow for yet another episode of Silent Hill Ascension. So till then, be good to each other, and I'll see you next time. Peace.